Okay, we're live. Yes, I think we are. Yep, we are. Okay, good. Then let's go ahead and get this going. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Warhammer 40K, says the game actually launches. There we go. Rogue Trader. Where's that? Okay, that's fine. Okay, why is... There we go. Okay, there we go. Now the... Let's see. All right. Let me move. Go ahead and start the game launching while we're at it. Sort. Go to here and there and everywhere. Okay, so now there was one thing that I might want to do before I go here. Um, I might want to go back to Furabundus and report on the Gene Stealer cult from last time. So we're gonna real quick hop back there. And of course the very first thing we have to do is go fight. Um Warp travel. Ballistic skill. Let's see. Best way to get to Furabundus would probably be here. Because this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps versus 1, 2, 3, 4. It's really it, so it's actually 6 1 half does the other. I will just take one that doesn't include a dangerous route. What is this over here? I have the magnetic storm. That's fine. Okay, well, either way. Back for Abundus. And visit. We're going to Footfall. Here's this blessing. Oh, that's just right. That's these guys. Have we gotten anything further we can trade to them? Actually, we have. And actually, it's the best thing that they want too, which will definitely put us up into the next level. So we will go ahead and do it. We just need some more profit factor to actually be able to buy things from these people. But I would definitely like to get this. This one I don't particularly care about. And then short burning melted torpedoes, huh? Assuming those do something, cause fires. Okay, we want to go to the atrium. Oh, I wonder if we... Oh, shoot. I need to remember to put Cassia in my retinue instead of having Jay in there, especially since Jay basically has no weapons
Always keep your eye on the
on hand.
prize.
So Harmonious, Amber protects. Harmonious, I'm blinking eye fixes on Yurlit. I know not why his voice vested to protect me, blah, 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 blah. See fit to unbend these names, but I say to you, repent, young von Valancius, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have brought it up. Okay, Yurlit studies the local architecture. It would seem that she finds the fall vessel far more interesting than Harmonious. Give him the diary of, um, I will lose this. This one. He studies the diary for a while, then silence and says, Captain Berg was a kind but fallible man, so was my brother-in-law, brother in service, Gravik. So were millions of pilgrims who boarded the Wasteland Bear many years ago. It occurs to me that their kindness failed the test that the void presented with them, that their deaths serve as a reminder to its corruption has many faces and stain even the purest of souls. Thank you for the news, Lord Captain. Colony is hereby officially declared fallen and lost. Found this scripture in the ruined abode of Jebus. What is it? A martyr work from a lost colony? No, Reverend, is a blasphemous text, the product of a mind of a heretic and a apostate who betrayed humankind. One should know the face of one's enemy. Your vigilance is great. We will still our hearts. Blah blah blah. All right. Okay. That's all I wanted to do. Just come back here, drop that off. Okay, and then the void dock. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't. All right. So, back here is the Opticon people. Wonder if they have any further information they want to talk about. They'll probably comment on the. Oh, nope, they didn't comment on the Eldar in my party. Should we have her like wear a hood or something? Was there anything in particular? I don't think there's anything particularly interesting left over in there. This is a las gun, but it's just a basic one. There's nothing particularly special about it. After using run and gun, the wearer gets a plus 15 cover efficiency when cover for 1 round. That's not terrible. Heavy emergency cutters, just a heavy rock saw. But, each attack with a saw increases the wielder's critical hit damage. The bonus stacks in less combat, so you can strike. Strike count 4. Yeah, I don't think there's anything particularly special there. Melt gun's not terrible. And the fact that it actually does a line attack isn't terrible either. But I'm not going to go out of my way for it either. Where is my where is my camera compared to everyone else? Weird. All right.
I always keep my options open.
Okay, and when we get to Dargonius, I need to make sure that I put Cassia in my retinue. went through all the work of rebuilding her. Should make sure to actually have her in the party. I wonder if these guys would talk to me now. Kind of doubt it, but yeah, no, nothing. Maybe it'll be something that'll unlock on the next act or something. Okay, I'm gonna jump here, and then I'm gonna take a quick stop right here just to see if there's this magnetic storm. See if I can do anything about it now. Oh, that's Fellstone. Am I in the right place? No. Got ahead of myself. Hey, Nox, you mind not clawing my thigh? Thank you. Okay, so this is the magnetic storm here on the Savannah world, so take a peek at it, see if there's anything we can do about it. And no, apparently not. Okay. So what is this rumor? Warden of the Expanse. Played a pivotal role in the fate of Cronus' power so great that extends even to rogue traders. Stolen stars, extreme and rare occasions, Drakari have been observed stealing suns. Yep. Let's see. There's a whisper and footfall about Xenos, those cursed enemies carrying out raids on inhabited worlds and ruthlessly destroying our outposts. Angels of the Emperor. Rumors of the Emperor's blessed angels coming to the regions to repel Xenos threats. Eye of the magnetic storm. Rogue traders' augurs cannot pierce through the magnetic storm. Only truly powerful sacred technology can gaze into the eye of the storm. Let's see. Rogue trader crew discovered a cache on a frozen world. The cache was filled with suspicious substances. Let's see. Burning worlds. Footsteps. Treasures in the ocean. And that I'm an eccentric animal lover. And oh, and King Killer. So why is this? Oh, okay. It's just I hadn't read it yet, apparently. Contracts. So for plasteel, they'll give us more profit factor. I'm actually kind of partial to doing that. Tools of righteousness. Unfortunately, don't have the weapons. And don't have the people for this. What does this one do? After a successful attack, these gauntlets grant the wearer a 50% chance to inflict bleeding effects on enemies that fail a toughness test. The dogmatic adherent, but can't do it now because I just don't have the people for this. Okay, so moving along. Back to... Let's see. Trickle of disturbing news came from the Navigator Sanctum over the last few days. Allegedly, there's a vast shadow following the void ship through the depths of Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging into real space, the vessel shutters. An unidentified Leviathan had emerged from the rolling warp, wrapped its tentacles around the ship, and started squeezing, trying to crack the hull like an egg. Shoot back? Why are these the only good options? I mean, both these amount to the same thing. Okay, the Void crew did everything they could to release the vessel from the nightmare shroud. The bulkheads groaned and snapped, entire chambers depressurizing. Okay, so we took a lot of damage there. Alright, real quick, let's just visit this to repair our ship. Actually, let's go back to our ship real quick, because since I just increased my profit factor to 64, I think I can afford some things from the uh, Imperial Navy. Okay, remind me what it is you do on the ship. I would like to order the shipping. Here we go. Okay, Imperial Navy. Yes. All right, so we still can't afford these. It's the ones I really want too. We'll go ahead and just grab these things if I'm not going to use them. Okay. Oh man, the next one requires 10,000 to get to the next level. Holy crap. Okay. Anyway, continuing on. Travel. 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 All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and save our game and then Viziot. Okay, Lord Captain, Master Hellman's on the line. I can report that the request for the capital world of the von Valancius dynasty is finally at an end. Dargonis is straight ahead. We've received countless greetings. Your subjects would like to know when your mistress will be arriving. Tell Dargonis that the road trader is coming home. Merchant captains taking refuge in the overworld docks of Dargonis race to send you priceless welcoming gifts, hoping to buy your favor and to make an impression on the rogue trader. Okay, it will be done. After the connection to the Master Helmans is cut, the device crackles with Heinrichs. Lord Captain, I will be pleased to accompany you during your visit to Dargonis so I can personally introduce Achilles Scalander, a servant of the Golden Throne who previously attended Lady Theodora on Dargonis. I'm counting on your benevolence. Box cast ends with a click. Another thing, do I actually want to bring a Xenos with me to my home planet? Or should I give her weapon over to Ikira? I mean, which is more horrifying to the people, a Xenos or a Psyker, an unsanctioned Psyker at that? Um, what was I even working on for her anyway? Was I working on anything? Hmm. Is there really anything here to actually know? Nah, I'm just gonna end up taking the Xenos. Suffer the consequences. Alright. Scan. Yes. Wow. 4 phlogiston. Very nice. Definitely grabbing that. Burning World. Anything particularly interesting? Not a dang thing. How did this world look before it was enveloped in fiery shroud? Was it your ancestors, Ella, who disgorged its core in some ill-considered act? Or maybe it's just the fact that it's sitting so close to the damn sun. Sheesh. Okay, nothing there. All right, go ahead and save our game again. Let's check out this Adeptus Mechanicus ship that's apparently hanging around our system. Lord Captain, transport shuttle bearing the markings of the Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Magos Tarzus delegation intends to board our ship and gain an audience with your ladyship. This is exactly how they phrased it. Intends, not humbly requests. Many of my temp comrades neglect diplomacy when interacting with the laity. It is regrettable. Let's see. Punish them for disrespect. Receive the delegation. They may indeed be here on important business. Tell them to get lost and learn some matters. What did they want? The honorable servants of the Omnisci have ignored our requests. Such arrogance is hardly trivial. It rather appears to be part of their intimidation tactics. Tell them to get lost and learn some manners. This could be fun. Hey, if they're doing some intimidation tactics. The most humane punishment. Requesting permission to be present at the audience granted by my tech comrades. Be my guest. Okay, so we definitely want to make sure we actually switch here. This seems rather. A group dressed in the crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you, their gaze fixed on Pascal. You note that the group is not monolithic. Some of the members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall friend. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered on Football, and I thought we were fairly amiable. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar, not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald servos mark the emblem of the cog following in his wake, a blare thrilling. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hammett, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. The hunt servant at Omnicide turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. The Adeptus Mechanicus offers their apologies for would like to inform you of the necessity of conducting an operation to detain, arrest, terminate faulty unit in the rogue trader's territory. Let's see, you identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a sector's plating mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has damage and has markings that announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe to the point of endangering its operation. Slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's body, painful sounding hiss coming from his vox. The tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There is an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over at his fellow, scrutinizing his condition. Who are you? Okay, so Opticon's, let's see. An instrument of the Omnicide is authorized to punish and exact vengeance, known as designated Tarzus Hanneman. Identification codes recognize and confirm these units are who they declare themselves to be. Who dares to arrive on my ship uninvited, asking for trouble? Glory to thee on this. What charges are you trying to raise? This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kiava Gamma, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. The faulty unit will be removed in the name of the Summit. I condemn you. Lightning flashes across. Agony resounds in the blare of his Vox alarm. You are malfunctioning, tech comrade. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. Statement is false. Tech brother Tarzan Hamas is willingly undergoing holy torment deterioration, which, however, does not critically affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling himself Pascal. We have information that implicates you, having learned that you are a member of the retinue of maintenance specialists in the surface of the run. We have come here for the goal of meeting you, intercepting you, engaging you in combat. ID suppose Pascal was involved in the events of Kieva Gamma. Our data suggests that the unit which used Magos Explorer Hanneman's identification codes performed an unauthorized upgrade on the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. This fact points to the unit's criminal complicity with Heretic, Cubis, and Delpha. Let's see. Pascal, I think you should go with these people. Point to the fears. Let's see. What do you have to say to this? I deny these charges. I never plotted against my tech comrade. My cognitive purity vows were never distorted. My unit identification codes was never stolen. I am the true Magus Explorer Hanneman. I am not guilty. Orders blend. False witness. Not handing Pascal over to you unless I see evidence. Let us get to the bottom of the matter together. I mean, Pascal already said. Let's see. Confirmed authority according to archive entry 19 blah blah. Magus Explorer Tarzus Hanneman served on maintain the ship identifier class uh, uh, classified in the capacity of a reliquary caretaker. He sustained extensive damage to both organic and the sacred part of his body in a series of sacrilegious breaches in the right of operation assassination attempt. Owing to a statistical fortunate coincidence by the omniscience grace, enough of his operational capacity was preserved for him to don a Goliath model sacred battle harness, which would preserve his vital functionality. Archive entry personally data sealed by the captain of the That's Not Telling Us. For vengeance I thirst, I tread path of vengeance, following a blasphemous miscreant's bloody tracks. Analysis of the security system showed that the assassin heretics infiltrated the Royal Quarry using Tech Brothers' unique Tarsius unique identification code. Someone stole Brother Tarsius' identity, which is a grade 3 transgression, and the unit making the alleged criminal claim of being Pascal Hanneman is known to have previously used the stolen code. I'm not handing over unless I see evidence. Request approved. Ready to work in cooperative mode. Gives you a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving Tech Brother opposes late for participation in the investigation. The unit Opticon advises in favor of the House von Valancius for let's see. I insist on joint investigation arresting a rogue terrorist retinue member without notification stands in breach of the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. I've been to, and I can assure you, Pascal has nothing to do with it. Let's see here. Request for cooperation reviews and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tarsus consent to cooperation of the representatives of the von Valancius dynasty in the investigation proceedings. Sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I am the cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grinds down corruption. I will carry out the sentence immediately. Skull freezes, but green sparks light up his visor. He extends a hand towards Tarsius and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued." You realize Pascal's words are coming from both his own Vox and Tarsius. Then every sensor on the Executor's battle harness lights up at once blindingly, and the wounded, armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention, priority notification. Service units of the Kappa thread supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command, retreat, and reinitiate negotiations. Yeah, maybe I should have gone with the one.
I'll make an example out of you!
Oh, but he's... Okay, so those guys left. But we're still fighting this guy. Alright, well, that works for me. So... Let's see, we've got these guys... Technomets, alright, Cassia, we'll put you there. You will be placed here. Then Sister Argenta, we want you basically front and center. Oh, I get to go first for once, huh? After Yearlit. In which case, probably want to place myself front and center as well. Pasquil. Place you here. And Heinrichs. Actually, Pasquil, we're going to place you over here. And then Heinrichs, you can be over here. As for myself, actually, might want to, let's see, who's going first? So, this guy, melee combatant, he's probably going to run over to Pascal. This guy's gunner, this guy, oh, it's Tarsus himself, who is a melee unit. Place myself back here just so that the gunner actually have a hard time actually shooting at me. And then the servitor, some combat servitors, he'll probably come walking up to me as well. Okay, I think that works out. Okay, Yurlits, let's go ahead and place the front line right there. So that no matter who he walks up to, he'll still be in the thing unless he walks out of it. And then back line, we might as well just put it right there on you two. And then the rear guard, we'll go ahead and put it on Cassia. And then we will go ahead and apply this to him. Exploits on him is always a good thing. And then let's go ahead and do this. Get ourselves directly within conflict, melee conflict with him. That would keep him from being able to move anywhere. Same thing for the servitor. But no, I think we'll go ahead and do the kill zone strategy.
I understand your intent.
Okay, and then who do we want to start focusing on? Have her focusing on the guys in the back here with the guns. Those stub carbines? That's what they look like. I would have thought that the Adeptus Mechanicus would have had something besides those. Okay, let's just start working on the furthest one away, I guess. Actually,
if it serves your cause.
Through. Wow, I just wrecked him. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and mark this guy for her next attack. Alright, and then I get moves, which means I'm moving up here after I go ahead and apply
on it.
this. And warp speed. Orchestrate flames.
I
Still don't-
refuse.
I still don't understand how I'm supposed to actually apply that to, like, an ally. I mean, what's the point in saying, in additional E, if the target is an ally, every melee attack the ally makes inflicts full burning damage? I guess I have to be burning for it to be, and then we are going to go ahead and jump in and finish this guy off.
Who, if not me?
Very nice, he exploded, but apparently I did not take damage from that. Did he block that? He did. And I think we're just gonna blade dance. There we go. Okay, and that's gonna end it for myself. I probably should have gone here. Oh well, too late now. He's gonna run up to me now. Okay. I parried. Expected. He's going to shoot at me now. Nope, he's going to analyze me.
Flinch.
And then shoot him. Ow. I dodged. I didn't dodge. Oh, he's blade dancing too. Just hit his own guy. Guess he's an executioner. Which makes sense. Or not an executioner, a blade dancer. Okay, and then the servo. Alright, so now if we go have you step out and flame just everything in sight, I think he's gonna be, let's give you the confident approach, make sure we actually do that. Then we'll go ahead and do devastating
I'll do it.
strike. And
Faith
concentrate
without
fire.
deeds is worthless.
And then we'll have you do flamer shot and light everything on fire except for myself.
I'll do it.
My emperor.
Okay, didn't catch them on fire, but I think that's fine. We did hit 3 of the enemies, so let's go ahead and do a furious
As the
recital.
Emperor commands, I act.
This guy's gonna die in the my next turn if he doesn't die before then. Pascal, I'm probably gonna have him move him up here and attack these 2. Although we could also possibly have him move all the way over here and just attack all 3 of these guys. Cassie is going next. Let's go ahead and have voice of command on
Me?
myself.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Very nice. Let's have her go ahead and do some inspiring. On... No, I can't do it to anybody except for myself or Heinrich, so I'll go ahead and do it on myself. And then... do something like this. Nah, that's no point in that one. Give the sister another turn. We're gonna
I'm
do
not
that.
accustomed
I
to
think
being
that's more
ordered
important than
around.
her shooting. So we're gonna switch her to her heavy bolter and have her basically shoot again. Should we just have her do the flamer again? Flamer again would not be terrible. And she can actually do that while also doing concentrate fire.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. There's the nice thing about the heavy flamer here is the fact that it's okay, very nice. And she lit everything else on fire. Okay, so good job. Alright, and then you can't really do anything else except for maybe trigger strong point, but I don't think that's really going to help us. Well, a little bit of extra temporary wounds is never a bad thing.
If I may.
Okay, Pascal, we're going to have you move over here and just annihilate all three of these guys. After you trigger this.
Explorers know one route forward.
And then go ahead and just smash.
The
Hold
Omnissiah
smash.
condemns you.
Okay, these guys are gonna die to their burns. Well, this one might not. And then let's go ahead and inflict this guy.
My vow is to serve.
And then go ahead and have him shoot at this guy. Okay, not terrible. Could also do this, which would probably kill this one off. Can't really go through this one. There we go. Kill them both off.
Significant value.
Alright. And you also saw that Dance Macabre doing extra damage now, thanks to the extra direct damage, thanks to that one skill I gave him. So, and that's also giving him more and more just base lethality. We're tearing this group apart, I would like to point out. Heinrichs, go ahead and give everybody the
I won't object to it.
Word of Emperor, the
But of
Iron
course,
Arms.
Lord Captain.
Give yourself a
Naturally.
Blade of Light. Okay, then we're gonna have you move, charge this guy. Really, only 14 to 17 damage for his Blade of Light. Huh,
Everyone, step aside.
not really light. It really is, wow. Charge, but this guy parried. One to 4 damage. It's the same amount. It's supposed to do the same amount of damage as Purge Soul, which features he doesn't have. First off, a Purge Soul should be doing 7 to 10 damage at least. Psychic power costs 50 momentum and can only be used when the momentum is 175 or higher. Well, that was wrong. Damage of the sword is the same as that of Purge Soul, with all the same bonuses. So, there should be 1 plus Psych or Psi rating plus 1 times his resolve. What's the area of attack? Okay, it's a sweep.
Let's see to it. For the throne's glory.
Do this. And then we can... Wonder, I should check.
Let's see to it.
Well, apparently he's got a ability to just keep attacking back. Oh, he does have Hammer Dream, which is nice. I don't see anything in this thing that should just be saying he's allowed to attack back. Wait, what's this? Embrace the machine. Creatures gain immunities. Shock damage. Shock damage. Hyperactive. Okay, whenever that is hit in melee, it immediately counterattacks. Okay. Let's go ahead and also trigger this one. Okay. So she didn't get to attack. Let's go ahead and do kill zone strategy again. Because why the heck not? It's working for us so far. Let's go ahead and apply this to them. Possible just end up straight out killing this guy.
I am not your Xenos pet more. I deal death
Yep.
with my hands.
Okay, and then
This
we'll just do
tedium
this.
is beneath me.
Alright, then as for myself, I would prefer to move here so I can blade dance.
Don't let your guard down.
I wonder if he
You never stood a
Okay.
chance.
just died. Requesting cessation of hostilities. Pascal, what did you do to Tarsius? I'm sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I also regret have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus will accuse the unit identify itself as still accuse the of criminal theft of unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother, I am not authorized to immediately arrest execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop the inquiry. There are no posses among us. The piercing voice from Zox is overwhelmed, more overwhelming than Tarsius. Tech Brother Tarsius and the machine spirit that lived in his battle heart succumbed to the suffering that beset them. Their judgment was rash, and now their torment is over. Declare the martyrdom a requisitioning Tarsius' neural augment for the purposes of preserving his blessed memory. Astonished tech priests look on. Pascal leans over the slain man and extracts the augmetic for his skull. His movements are precise as they are respectful. Listen silently. With each word, Pascal's voice grows more and more powerful. You saw the agony of your tech brother Tarsus. His unbridled pain spurred faith, intimidated. His pain spurred faith, intimidated you, yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voice to proclaim the machine spirit with which his mind was merged was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence has paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that the comprehension is the true path to knowledge. Yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of your comprehension, therefore let the cycle be discontinued. What was the reason for this act of genuflection? Now that the conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard my ship. Pascal, there's one small point I'm not clear on. What just happened? I decided to sustain my words with an excerpt from one of the Blessed Amarat sermons on loss of internal and external function. Verse 4. My analysis deemed it appropriate. What was the reason for this act of genuflection? Yeah. It has been a long time since the words of the Messiah of discontinuing were last spoken openly over public communication bans. We respectfully welcome wisdom's return. So he's not forgotten after all. Is Amaranth's teachings not heretical? for you among a negative. I had no contact with Archmagus Amaret. I have never been a member of his flock disciples retinue. However, my analysis of the doctrine he outlined inspired me a deep respect for trust in him. Messiah of discontinuing. Following Archmagus' partial last station removal from the chain of command, that was the authorship attribution on a series of sermons on discontinuing the cycle that were disseminating across the Cognoscus fleet. It was, in fact, a title used by many in times past. Is Amaret's teachings not heretical? The same is false, contrary to what many servants of the Messiah thought they knew, preferred to believe. The Fleet Supreme Conclave never formulated / issued an official statement on that decision. 37% of Supreme Court conclaves openly supported Archmagus Amaret's view, and disappeared were removed from the chain of command under circumstances that were classified. The Supreme Conclave has not had a quorum ever since. Do you know where Amaret? Data available. No reports have mentioned Archmagus Amarnat since the incident of the Arch Mechanicus Hermatico, which led to the presumed destruction and disappearance of that void ship. My archive has no data on the Hermatico incident. The vessel was the blessed Amarnat's base of operation. It is lost then? I presume the conflict between you and Pascal has been resolved. The data received provides a basis for calling the fallen Tech Brothers hypothesis into question. Out of respect for, due to the lack of authorization to indict, the followers of the Messiah to continuing will not proceed with the detainment, arrest, and termination. Messiah knows all, comprehends all. Thank you, Tech Brother Opticon 22. Now the conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard. Request denied. The Kappa Thread supply line delegation is leaving Dargonis, expresses gratitude for the hospitality / ceasefire, and proclaims it is its intent to return to Footfall to resume performing its regular functions. Taskmail looks over at Pascal as if waiting for something. Pascal's medic and briefly touches his shoulder and who bows respectfully. Okay, so that was fascinating, and now we got some loot. So we got an Omniscient axe, but it's not all that great. Basic power sword, but again, just some. I would have thought that the guy would have dropped something of interest, like the armor that he was wearing or something. I don't know. Okay, so look at our
I
collection
always
of
have a
things.
backup plan.
This one still didn't get completed after all of that. Hey, can we drive the Layman Russ around the new ship? Okay. Let's go ahead and save our game after all that. Still have no idea as to why that guy even thought that Pascal was responsible for Kieva Gamma. I would have preferred to have seen all the evidence in regards to that. Alright, let's go ahead and save and land. Begin scan. And what is this? Administratum. Make planetfall on Dargonis. Alright, and yeah, we'll go ahead and bring the navigator with us. And looks like everybody's all set, ready to go. Giant explosions going off. Nope. Once somebody's actually happy to see us here. mostly happy. Strange relationship, great Lord to the Great Rogue Trader. Is the leadership of this place been corrupted by a certain Voigtfer, Voigtfer, Bunrad? Long live Rogue Trader. Who are these people? Clementia Werserin, Emperor Protects, welcome home, your ladyship. A stately woman in a long full dress. Uniform makes it a graceful curtsy. Her short gray hair does not obscure her stern features. I'm Clementia Wersener, Court Chancellor of the von Valancius dynasty. On behalf of all Dargonis, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valancius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all, but as one star expires, another flares to life. And although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you will become the trade dynasty's guiding light in these trying times. Achilles? He looks evil. The young man quickly bringing a respirator to his burnt face and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture. Oh, that would explain why he looks like he's been burned, because he has. Achilles Scalander, Secretary of the Administrative Department. I hope your journey to Dagronis was not darkened by unwanted troubles. I did not realize the demonstrated security was so illusionary. We had some incidents, but those are irrelevant at the moment. The Emperor protects us on our journeys through the stars, and may he remain merciful to us all till us to the end of remain merciful to us till the end of time. Bleh. Okay, does your ladyship wish to survey the grounds, or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have? Governor Urban Driftstim has been notified of your arrival on the Dargonis and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your ladyship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Is this name supposed to be... You heard correctly, your ladyship. I am of House Orser, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant. Huh. Succession of service is an effective good. It grants new generations understanding of their function within the mechanism. Why isn't the governor here to greet me? Apologies, your ladyship, Governor Driftstim, whose residence is on the other side of the world by the administrative palace of Dargonis. We sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distance of your domain. Faster than traveling across the star system? Or rather, slower than that? Logic test Chancellor Wersenstein appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader. I would like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They're very close, just down the hall. This is also where the study and the audience chamber are. Face brightens with a pearly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Lady Theodora's stay has remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you need it. You are dismissed. apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for conversation from me. I'm certain that you will find my report on the state of affairs of Valancius Protectorate very useful. Probably not a bad idea. Okay, so I'm just here on my own. Interesting that actually, I suppose it's not really that weird. Oh, hey, the Janus delegation. Huh. Janus salutes you, delegation salutes you. Okay, living fruit-bearing tree in the heart of the hive world is a fantastical sight. They probably use a lot more water to tend to this tree than the average Dragonid citizen could hope to receive on a daily ration. Let's see what you're lit. The walls of your home suffocate me. I long to leave this twisted world at the first opportunity. That makes sense to me. Oh, she's over there. Oh, and there's some goods over back here. Or wait, is that her? No, that's Ward. What's this? Ancient cottage are linked to the palace system networks. I see you're lit. I don't see. Oh, Kibble, there she is. Make your people leave, Domin. Their idle questions are getting in the way of my watch. Aristocrat greetings. Okay, then Jay's over there and Argenta's over there. Let's go see what Jay's got to say. Over here. There she is, Jay. She's probably hobnobbing with such illustrious society, such well-heeled nobles. Indeed, it would be worth visiting Gargonis even without getting to know you, sharing. This world offers huge scope for doing business.
This could be an opportunity.
Oh, what's that? Toss a coin? Glittering in the light, the coin falls into clear water and sinks to the bottom. That one coin could probably, like... I do have a decent amount of tech use, but I don't want to fail this. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and save our game. The multi-key doesn't have, any better chances than the... It's kind of dumb. Okay, well, we'll try. And we unlocked it just fine. Alright, let's go check out Argenta, see what she's up to. Maybe we'll find some more goods while we're running around. Interesting that they just have straight up pictures just hanging out outside. Glory to the God Emperor. Okay, she's just doing her normal prey thing. Anti-aircraft guns. Interesting. I suppose that makes sense. Highest towers would be best for... Alright, so let's go ahead and just head on back inside. Not finding anything else. Okay, so... Welcome your ladyship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers at your dynastic estate. Okay. Please do then. The main throne is up ahead, stairs and is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subjects, Achilles Calendar, informed me that Gimli awaits your opportunity to meet with you there. Okay. your ladyship wishes to rest after a long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs and on the right. Okay. So, right. Always have problems with left and right. Uh-huh. Got it. If you need anything, whatever your soul zeros, I'll be right next to your chamber, eagerly awaiting your orders. Okay, so well, let's just kind of take a little poke around. Do have a little bit of loot over here somewhere. There it is. Goes right there. Long live the rogue trader. Yada yada yada. Doesn't look like you can really. Okay, and then this is where Achilles is supposed to be meeting me, and then my. Oh, and there's more people hanging around. All right, let's go see how our local navigator's doing. My compliments to your taste in art. The collection here is extensive and most intriguing. Most interesting, not intriguing. I mean, technically, I didn't put this art here. It was Theodora. I'm assuming that none of this has changed since this is our first time being back here. Applard, let's see how he's doing. While we're on Darkness, I check the secretary reports and keep an eye on the logistans. Master Denrock does his job well, but a little scrutiny goes a long way with him. Okay, we got some more little goods. Just wandering around my own palace, just picking up goods. Okay, and then that's where my bedroom's at. Clementine and the aristocrat. Okay, Heinrichs. Oh, okay, right. Duh. Achilles Skellender was supposed to be Heinrichs. The lack of observers on this world has led your nobles to become extremely complacent. Today alone, I overheard 3 statements that, if I so wanted, would be turned to grounds of charge of heresy. Okay, slender figure clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Achilles, it has been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. If she is in good health, she sends her regards to you as well as her wishes for your swift return. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Thumps himself on the chest. I'm not so foolish as to fail to notice the conversation in code. Is there any reason for the ill-mannered behaviors, Hendricks? Perhaps you two could find another time to discuss personal. Your insight deserves credit, rogue trader. Then again, I expect nothing less from Theodore von Valencia's successor. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalenders properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalender has transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Coronis Expanse. I'm sure you will find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lady Ravana von Valancius. That's a mouthful. Ravana von Valancius. Blah, 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 blah. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences to the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Voigtfur's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything about what has happened and what has become of Conrad? Former Master whispers as a heretic and traitor to the dynasty. Word of his treason reached Dargonius too late. Conrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately once he has sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of trouble, signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their heart and now nurtures it in secret. You promised to report on the present state of affairs. I have already forwarded all official reports to your seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargona's political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonas, much like nobles of most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weakest and whoever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonas are well-respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Driv Sims, the Gapraks, and the Sawyerбacks. I should also mention the Werserins, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle to the Blue Bloods' great displeasure. Tell me about the Driv Sims. The Driv Sims are the ancient governor house of Dargonas. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the von Valancius protector, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that Urban Driviston's rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I found that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the Driv Sims, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is heresy that can be overlooked only in the cases of Von Valancius' heir, not her servants. What makes the Gapraks special? The Gapraks hail from a remote Forge world, and among their distant relatives, there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gapraks oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate until recently. Ever since the Astropec communication with Kieva Gamma was severed, they've been quite concerned and the security of the planet placed in their care. What can you tell me about House Sawyerback? Religious and hard-working, the Sawyerbacks own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that that lately members of the Sawyerback family have been prone to overly liberal statements about von Valancius' dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora is a bit too keen to leave her world without proper oversight. I would like to know about the Werserins. They are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, from which the Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonas, however, this position is precarious. Firstly, they never were granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonas. And secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. And they're going to continue to cling to my favor. Thank you. Well, actually, I'm going to continue to give them my favor. They don't need to cling to it. Are responsible for the capital's world fleet, and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes. Definitely going to favor them. I've been to Kieva Gamma already. The planet was tainted by the cult of the Final Dawn. These are grim tidings. It is a tragedy that an industrial world of such tremendous capacity was brought down by the pernicious influence of the arch enemy. Perhaps my colleagues can pick up the cultist trail in the cold void. Of course, it would be a small consolation to us all. After hearing that, I now feel the urge to have every one of these sycophants executed at once. You are naturally well within your right, rogue trader, but remember that this will cause the multi-layered bureaucratic system of Dragonis of your entire protectorate, in fact, to come apart at the seams. And that's not even considering the likelihood of attempted reprisals from their families and allies. I would hold off on the death sentences, act with restraint and wisdom, present for all to see as sufficient proof of the unwanted house guilt. Do not mistake me, mass executions are one way to solve your problems, but in that case, you should weigh up every possible scenario before you act. Alright, so, enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you want to report? There was. And this time it concerns the main reason of my presence, Xenos, and the threat they pose to you and humanity as a whole. Last few months has been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Coronis expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raids. Achilles looks at you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next, but I do not doubt that the Governor Driftston will beg you for protection against Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Ravonna, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from a rogue trader and her mighty void ship to avert disaster. What are your responsibilities here on Dargonis? Officially, I'm a secretary of this world's administrative department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I am concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Coronis expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I'm still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. So basically, from what I get and gather, it seems like this whole thing, the Rogue Trader in general, is set during the time frame of the fall of Cadia and the giant warp gash that split the galaxy in half. Do you know anything about the cults? My knowledge is deplorably limited. Your leadership, all my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. Certain Master Von Kellex can tell you much more about those heretics than I can. Tell me about the Xenos. The residents of the local system are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity, but recently, these loathsome beasts seem to have completely fallen off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to the Argonis. Both they and the colonies they departed from are being attacked. I've identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Drukhari, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant in your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before an enemy in hopes of valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Its overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in the Lagrange belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to these scoundrels yourself. I've actually already been to that station. I bet you're on official work. You do truly interrogator of the Inquisition. I want a list of your agents and the means to contact them. Dargonis has no need of spies. I've learned all I wanted to. I'm not going to get into his personal business. What happened? About 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of Promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate. I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonis saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. Let's see. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, I must take my leave. According to the message I received from you, has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that is left to notify her that you are ready to see Old Urban. Okay, so talk to Chancellor Worson that you're ready to receive the Governor. Yada yada yada. What is this? Is this my throne? Von Valancius dynasty. You know, it often seems like the... Wow, Adiri's here. Hey, Adiri, what's you got? Ah, good old Dargonis. It's boring here without Lady Thora. She loved to liven up the sleepy little place with a couple of crazy decrees and public floggings of the flabbergasted nobles. Let's see what Pascal's got to say. My appearance has caused a slight disturbance in the ranks of the servants of the Omnicide assigned to the palace. Analysis of the performance of rituals and maintenance litanies has produced a satisfactory result. Very good. Is there anything else? Not particularly. Let's go to my room. Nope, not that. Just to check it out. Oh, this isn't my room. This is the ship. Interesting. Return the void ship. Return the void ship bridge. What happened to my bedroom? God dang it. Did you go through the doors? Thank you. Didn't they say that they was up on the right? Oh, there we are.
Well, what do we have here?
Goods? Breeze catcher boots. Whenever the wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains a 15% dodge against the enemy's attack until the wearer's next turn. I'm assuming that means that makes these boots to be able to actually pass through. There's a faint mark on the polished mantelpiece, which was likely left by a glass. Okay. This is my desk, by the look of it. Cogitator is producing rhythmic sounds, among which the faint ringing stands out. Okay, the remains of the plaque can be seen on the frame. Alas, the inscription is completely indistinguishable due to the patina. Okay. The antique piece of furniture is obviously well cared for, but its surface is still covered with a lot of scuffs, scratches, and stains, traces of the previous rogue trader who sat at the table. Alright, we got some goods here again. Still with the low chances. Let's go ahead and save our game. We'll try it with the multi-key. Unlocked. Okay. Oh, hello. Hello. We got ourselves a new toy. Question. Pascal can't use that, can he? He can, as a matter of fact. Would it be worthwhile having him use it instead of having Sister Argenta use it? Hmm. Because she's got the flamer. She's got skills with the flamer, so yeah, I think I'll go ahead and actually have him use it. The only downside is the AP cost is higher. And the Melta Ultima is actually superior in that regards. Sister Argento, if you can look at this weapon, yeah, you get a reduction in usage. It's only 2 AP, but then the Flamer gives me only costs 1 AP. That's a toughie. That's a real toughie. I suppose I could just swap it around depending on what I find. Man, I got a lot of unique items. The Unstable Flamer and the Infernical. Infernical was definitely superior. Yep, no, I guess we're gonna keep him with the Ultima because it's the Melta is only an extra 1 point higher on one side. It's only 1 to 2 points higher, and 15 armor penetration lower. So, and actually shorter range, interestingly enough. So yeah, no, we'll keep him with the Melta Ultima. Just sad, because melties are fun. What's this? Oh, that's just sturdy safe. Several bizarre mechanisms, and yet I was able to open it. Oh, and there's a goods there? Electrified shard. Okay, and then this I'm assuming is my actual bedroom. Which is kind of narrow if you ask me. I'm assuming this also opens up. There's a secret passage. Yep. Okay, bed of the head rogue trader dynasty, besitting the status of the armor. Actually, kind of looks like a little dinky, to be honest. Alright, so what do we got here? Well then. All the secrets. All the secret toys. Mysterious item and deadly crafted by inhuman hands. A mysterious Xeno artifact resting in a stasis field. Let's start opening goods. Lots and lots of goods. Zealot's Cloak. When the wearer hits an ally with an area attack, the wearer gains +1 stack of the Zealot effect again until the end of combat. Zealot, the wearer gains +10 and damage with their area attacks for each stack of the Zealot effect. And the Plasma Shaper gloves. These gloves grant the wearer a +10 of tech use, and they also increase the damage of plasma weapons by +3. That would actually not be terrible in Pascal. Just for the... because I think he's using ones that grant him strength. Where'd those gloves go? Ah, they're there. So... He does benefit whether he's using a melt-a-gun or a plasma gun. So if we were to... And this just straight increases the damage of plasma weapons by +3. There we go. And then let's take a look at plasma guns, see what we can get. So we've got the heavy plasma gun, which is 18, and we got the mesoplasmic, which is 20 to 30. So this would actually be the better one, obviously. It's got superior range. So AP, single shot AP, fortunately, does only use 1. Its armor penetration is not terrible. It's pretty much on par with the multi-tool, only 5% lower. Heavy plasma gun is inferior, so yeah, let's go ahead and do with that. Yeah, it does have an area of attack effect. Okay, let's take a look at here at these things. Mysterious item and deli grade hands. Shelves of the library are laden with dusty tomes, rising early works of several administrative depths and memory and wars of some particular explorers and distant death worlds. And then we got a mysterious artifact. There's that. Here. That. Glasses and multiplied set of wood. Dust accumulated on the raised oil smears its surface. Never access this room, they do so very rarely. Yeah. Rare books arrayed in these shelves are with lavish, almost pretentious bindings seem to be identical. Strange objects lie behind the glass in display case, complete absence of explanatory labels makes it impossible to learn what they are. Secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to muted melody coming from the Vox speaker, you can easily imagine Theodore reading a book with a glass of expensive wine. Choose a book. Several books next to the sofa. Some appear ancient while others look like they've never been opened. Among them, Theodore's data has been restored using your cogitator to the phrase Litanies of the Motive Force is the title of one of the books. As you pick it up, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your finger. Okay. So what did that do? I don't see a change. It maybe open up something out here. That's weird. Open view. Explosion like that. Okay. Let's pick up this thing. Nope, I didn't change anything there. Okay, so we picked up the thing, clicked the button on it, and I don't see any changes. Change music. Ode to the Most Holy Inquisition. Wait. You can see the melody it is playing right now is the first of the 36th part of the Symphony of Honor and Duty. This guitar requires a rhythm of the machine spirit and blessed metal. I think that, one was the litanies of the motive force. That's obviously Adeptus Mechanicus. You hear a loud click inside the sphere, and the piece that was played earlier starts anew. Siren shatters the tranquil. Alarms have been sounded. Oh, gas. I guess I did the wrong thing. Name of, okay. Got it. Relations. Apologies for the intrusion. If you require assistance, contact me. We better just leave you with this. Okay, so so this is a puzzle. I have to pick the right wine. I have to pick the right book, obviously. So now I need to pick the right wine and pick the right book. Otherwise, I get gassed apparently, and it sets off the alarm. Let's real quick go back to the Void Ship Bridge. See if we can't activate more of that. I guess it would probably be the part 2, since it was left on part 1. But let's see if this thing gives us a bit more information. Huh. Okay, handicap again. Oh, well, see, there you go. Tech Brace connects the data slate to the cogitator drive with such care as he's holding the Brace treasure. Servo motors hum as they begin to stir the lines of text input at com. Ab, stab, true, eat. Various mechanism has transferred the secret data into the format that can comprehend without the assistance of the server. Okay, if we did, then go ahead. That will change something. There. Oh, I totally forgot to do this. Didn't we find the culprit? We found the culprit. I'm a little confused now as to why we need to do that. Okay. We also, yeah, I guess we're gonna go see our choir master. Where is he? Cassius, helmsman, boxmaster, rose expanse, high factotum, Jocasta, rogue trader, cogitator. No, Jocasta, Sawyer, Spirit Fence. Greetings, my lord. No, we're in Imperial Navy here. But, inherited from the previous master of arms, like these schemes initially left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. Okay, so it makes sense that nobles would have their. Okay, so we need to go to the Astropath Chapel. There we go. Take everybody with us, why not? Mutants and Xenos alike. Two Psychers, a Navigator. Is there even a single? The only single one almost even the agenda.
How fascinating. To me, the Immaterium is made of colors, but to the astropaths who dwell in this chapel, it is music.
Cursed music. Why do the astropaths not fill this place with litanies in his name instead?
Shane uses it and acoustic and astropaths as paper, sword snap, and results no, we have some. Interesting. Really is fascinating. So they just sit here in these chairs, just listening to the work. I'm surprised that work. Just straight dying. Okay, this is it. I mean, really, as you can see, it comes out like he's just straight from the lead. Straight from the series. Season navigator or environmental engineers or buzzers.
Keep your wits about you.
This is
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Power test so we can build and drive out the resources. Shroud your mind while your leadership, I can guess that you have no welcome to study methods. Would you rather not take the part than part in search for the is I wish to use ship barrel of ritual misguiding and their multiple circle will go the worst possible. Predecessor can be with the same one. So nothing good to be I say so you say you have one word. Many years ago it was time Theodora. It was a time when Lady Theodora had become anxious. Perhaps the Lord Inquisitor's interest in her affairs adversely affected her. Shall we say, trust in her own subjects. She was expecting a betrayal, and eventually her paranoia about the choir ceased to exist. Serenia spent decades tempering her spirits before touching the veil. Black gift making seek the hardest power thing that were only two keys. What's the nature? It takes the entire choir's power to advance and convince her mind. Weight their voices and word and steering into the sea of other people's souls. Together we read tens of thousands of thoughts and emotions. Hereafter we see the corruption of angels. Grace and word of the star heavens we know, covered without staring into the abyss. When you were asking the words kind of entire choir into that abyss. Like that will require incredible transformation of its participants. It will take a single careless thought, a single instant way back to for the way back to human minds fusing into one another and to find organs inside like the same mind worse than this is benefits it's pretty full of shit and even if I agreed to be logical, a second last time I met Miss Adeline did that, but she's with us. She was exceptionally talented, probably myself. Now I know what the role is like to experience of great. He is bound to this specific that's an element of us, which makes her dangerous and runs an impossible. How bad was it? First thing you can imagine the relationship and one practical second inside mind. One of the astral vessels was full of bone. The affliction spread down the chain like a fire. None was spared. Minds and my charges could not withstand the tension. Consciousness, hot and pointed. The fortune once died once, and then the rest. The souls that strengthen the thing. Made them certainly worthless. I managed to seek out a call for help in my best to retain the victims of I was the only survivor that happened to entire career. Leadership would not be dispensed with still was the war calls and the most powerful effective expert I knew. I was crushed with the scroll was afraid trying to keep the same fate as Alan and their weapons. As for Alan's never given used to fear, guys and those and did you replenish the fire? And he didn't or bombard the attempt that even possible to get the heresy. It is not heresy, but it is indeed a dangerous world. Yield the might to a mighty hand. At that time, things were going all too well. The fire had many forces before. Adeline and my other Cullen did defend the resistance. After power that were pressing the Astropaths and all the exposed were strong and confident. Take bold that is the heart of the truth here. Ship stop there. Stop. It seems the risk is too great. Up. Thank you, your leadership. Realize that this will be your own chance. It is their plot. Their plot so threatening this was. To the point of this. Yep, that's really good. We already found out who it was, so I'm not even sure why this was. We know who killed my bed. It wasn't even.
Let us not dawdle.
What's his face? Let's fund web people. Name I can't remember. Let's fund web. Yeah, what was their name? I can't remember their name as I say their name. Anyway. So yeah, we had no problem. Yeah. Right. I also talked to Charlotte. There she is. And she goes again. Charlotte stands in there and now she remembers her thinking that it is the intrigue of the earth. And suddenly beating in the brain. Otherness, posture, gesture, radiating in the dark. Been mulling over her neck. Stand quiet. You do not like what I think there's something I don't understand. Strange and blasphemous things started happening during the sport fluid. Or was appearing that
What do I see? Your words ring with the desire to know the soul of another. But will you be able to comprehend my answer?
Well, not if you don't give it. You don't give it, I can never.
You and I, Elantak, look at this world in very different ways. And I see many more facets, and deeper meanings, and brighter colors in it. But to capture the full truth of this world in the miserly language familiar to your ears will take time. I will come to you with an answer later.
Let's see. Well, suppose rumors about Xenos gravity in a second.
Is that snake venom seeping from your lips? We, the children of Azurian, are no strangers to the art of war. We are not raiders, or butchers, or least of all, fools. When a craft world is beset by calamity, its inhabitants do not start a war with every monkey in the sector. If you are looking for enemies, look for them elsewhere. It is a mystery as inscrutable as the sigh of the last immortal, as deep as the waters of a dark ocean. And I can tell you little, for I was far away, on a mission with my unit. We returned at the appointed hour, but we did not find Kruderak in its celestial harbor. It happened many journeys ago, or standard years, as you say. But I remember that moment as if it happened this very day. The memory of a loss is always stronger than the memory of a gain, especially when you lose something as significant as a home, or an entire world.
Or how about an entire star?
We searched. We called out. We looked everywhere. But we saw only emptiness, and the echo of calamity. Countless days passed before I found myself on the Lilithon, and met some of my kin. Those refugees who had barely managed to reach our ancestral planet. Their stories were far from being the fruit of truth I so badly craved. Those who agreed to talk to me were few, for most saw me as a wayward daughter who had spurned the honorable paths. And they would not stop babbling about a terrible disease that spread black tendrils of pain over the paths of the Infinity Circuit and deadened our world one segment after another. The ones who survived fled in fear and wandered between the stars, until the Lilithan's warm light reached out to some of them. Some, like Muaran, lay the blame entirely on Monkey. However, I do not know the truth, but I hope, oh, I desperately hope and pray to the gods that someday it will be revealed to me. Is idle curiosity a defining feature of the Monkey? Or are you trying to learn about the weaknesses of my people so you can destroy another world of the children of Asurion? Forgive me, Elentark, but I am not ready to immerse you in the font of my people's deepest mysteries. Krudarok cannot be described in your language. It can only be sung, encased in a filigree of sounds, a melody as complex and delicate as the Infinity Circuit, its energy network. It can be seen in the golden hues of sunlight, felt in the breath of celestial winds. Though it was an artificial world, it was just as alive as any real planet. But I must see clearly. Not only light, but also shadows. I yearn to remember only Krudarok's beauty, but it had a dark side too. My world was isolated for too long. Like a lake of stagnant water. There was no movement or renewal, and even the sweetest outbursts of life soon turned fetid. Who knows? Who knows? Had there been no stagnation, had our elders not been so blind in their dogmatism and our youths not lacking in courage, then perhaps Krudarok would still be alive even now? Why ask this question? Is it idle curiosity, or something else? Do not turn your thoughts towards Cylon Thresh, whatever your motive. She is downfall. She is hunger. She is the enemy of all that is good in the universe. She is an enemy to the Eldari, and I hope to you as well. We are as different as starlight and its reflection in a muddy puddle. But we share a common enemy. Constancy is our strength.
Let's see.
Is idle curiosity a defining feature of the Monkey? Or are you trying...
I've heard that before.
I am afraid your life is too fleeting, and your memory too feeble to encompass the entirety of my knowledge. My people ruled the stars when yours did not even have a name. But many of our songs and stories were lost, stolen by she who thirsts.
Stolen, huh?
I can tell you the children of Asurion lived, created, caressed the stars as if they were pearls on a string, until Cylon Thresh smothered our empire in her terrifying embrace.
Yeah, they created all right. They created She Who Thirsts. They created Slanesh. And it wasn't exactly stolen by her. It was more like they gave it willingly, and that's why they created She Who Thirsts. So why do you have such a big ego? Good. All the Elder have such huge ass egos. It's like no wonder your race is failing. Can't see past the end of your
Different
nose.
branches of the Eldari chose different paths to salvation. My ancestors chose an eternal journey through the starry void, living on craft worlds instead of real planets. We rescued countless wonders from the days before, but far from all. You saw this on the Lilithon. Not even we can always master the gates our ancient ones built. This is the story of the Azuriani. There are branches that chose a different path, gruesome and frightening, but I do not wish to tell you about them. That is our dark side, just as your kin have many dark sides of their own.
Okay, so
As you wish, Elantark.
uh,
The minions of She Who Thirsts could sense my soul behind the thick walls and thin veil that separate your fragile lives from the roiling fury outside. A child of Asurian that dared to wander beyond the veil, within the reach of an outstretched claw, protected only by the barrier of unreliable monkey technology. It is too tempting a quarry for the monsters that serve Cylon Thresh.
Cylon Thresh, that's an interesting name.
Our ships never venture beyond the veil, and I never traveled the way you do, monkey. Elantark, I admit this was a novel experience. I lost composure, let dismay into my heart, and almost strayed from the path. This moment of hesitation drew the attention of She Who Thirsts, but I summoned my will and used the knowledge of meditation to achieve balance, and hide my soul behind an impenetrable wall of resolve. Future journeys beyond the veil will still be difficult, but I will steel my heart and not let the hounds of Cylon Thresh pick up my scent ever again.
Okay, let's see. What do you think's
The
happening?
Lilithon is purifying herself of the corruption brought by the servants of Cylon Thresh. Gardens and birds, animals and people. Many are gone forever, and even more are corrupted beyond healing. But the Lilithon is stronger. This world will live. My kin are probably still looking for a means to enter the webway. May the Lilithon spirit aid them in this endeavor. Beyond the gate lies salvation, and perhaps even knowledge about the fate of Krudarok and the remaining survivors. The outcasts my path led me to had a saying. Let me translate it for you. If you fall off a cliff, grab the roots and do not ask if they belong to a weed or a noble rosebush. You are the root I grabbed, Elantark, because I fell off a cliff. My homeworld is gone. My kin are either dead or hiding no one knows where. By joining forces with you, I may be able to nurture a seedling of the truth I so deeply yearn for.
Okay, must take my leave. Alright, so, interesting stuff there. Let's stuff there. Let's go ahead and head back to the planetoid. This one next to my room. Alright, so let's go back to this room, all the way over here. So we're gonna first off save our game, and I'm gonna go grab some water before Nox decides to join me again. Oof. Alright, so let's go ahead and try this again. Hopefully this time we'll pick the right one. So, change the music. We'll set it... It was set to the Symphony of Honor and Duty first. Okay, so... Part 2 seems to have been it. Alright, and then... Great three bottles sit on the sturdy-looking low table. They are labeled Grandmaster's Blood, Boon of Terra, and Flame of Purity. This one I have no clue. Flame of Purity, Boon of Terra, or Grandmaster's Blood. Well, says, let's see, glitters in the dark light, bitter aftertaste, years for unseen motor. Hey, we've got the right one. Data bank from Dargonis. Okay. So then we're definitely gonna go to. I guess I didn't open up any secret rooms in this area. Let's go ahead and head back to our ship then. I believe yes, over here. To the Void Ship Bridge. So that combined with the other one should unlock this cogitator, I'm assuming. So is this like the way back to there? Oh, that goes to my quarters. Okay. We have to go through the other way. Okay, so turn on. Hand over the Dargonis data bank to access the data from Dargonis. Okay, input obs and stabs, so it's basically the same thing. Continue. Machine spirit, let's see, so received Theodore von Valancius' personal notes. Contents of the encrypted, I hereby pass it to you. This is where I reach the limit of my authorization, but you now have the option to review the data of the encrypted person. The procedure has been completed without comp. Stops short, the green lights on his visor fixed on the cogitator of its screens flicker nervously. This time the numbers are interspersed with words that you can understand. Unpack comp. Epitaph brought her to the beginning. The instant breathed life and marked the beginning of it all. Marked the beginning of Nomos. Created Nomos. OS. Nomos. Unacceptable deviation, violation of sacred protocols, possible of tech heresy, omni-size, shield us from this heresy. A moment later, vid screen darkened and flickered to left again. Input prompt GNOME OS. What was that just now? Saw words among the lines of code. Nomos, what does that mean? That is a mystery to me. If this mechanism is truly tainted, then could it be? If heresy truly has taken hold, the machine spirit scornedly omnicized every tenant, then the machine spirit madness could be such that it has chosen a name for itself, but has nothing more than a hypothesis. You saying this thing's an AI? That would definitely be bad. What was that just now? A catastrophic mistake. A heinous violation of the purity of the hallowed code. This mechanism It's touched by heresy. You will report this to Pascal. My knowledge is insufficient to cleanse the code of this mechanism. I will inform the esteemed agency of this disturbing. Only he has the power to expel the heresy. Okay, so we should have some notes here. Data lead, data leader. Rogue trader like a lackey. It is humiliating and despairing to put up with the part of an errand servant to an imperious madman vested with even greater power than that of any rogue trader. Alas, when one side of the scales holds my pride and the other the fate of von Valancius' protectorate and my entire bloodline, choices become a futile illusion. It would be far too naive for me to not to prepare for the worst. Epitaph will decide the future of the Expanse as a whole, but I have some time at my disposal until then. Heirs with the von Valancius blood in them will soon be located and brought to me. I cannot afford to delay the choice of successor any longer. Epitaph again, huh? Alright, let's find Pascal. I do believe he's down here. No, that's Abel. Where's Pascal? Oh, he's up here. Pascal, you want to stand still? Pick a place.
My apologies. 19% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual. I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Amanat's teaching was in explorator circles. The Cognizance fleet is massive. His ideas might have found a larger following on its periphery than in the Mother Squadron.
If you found anything
The
else.
data is scarce. His identification code is the same as mine, and his memory contains data confirming that the assassination did take place. Unfortunately, some of his memory was damaged by pulses broadcast by his battle harness. I can assert with some confidence that he was who he claimed to be, and that he served the Deus Mechanicus earnestly and eagerly. Notwithstanding his permanent state of agony, he was not cognitively dysfunctional. His desire to immediately destroy the object he had deemed profane was partly dictated by his engrammatic augmetics, which were receiving imperatives from his battle harness. In light of the oddness of our matching identification codes, I find merit in his hypothesis as to the existence of a clandestine malevolent agent or conspiracy operating inside our fraternity. No data available. I will hypothesize that the assassination was instigated by an enemy of the Blessed Amanat's doctrine. I accept the possibility that the assassins were targeting me, only to be led astray by Tarsus and my own identical identifiers. I am concerned about the fate of Archmagos Amanat. According to Opticon 22, he went missing in the wake of the incident on an Arc Mechanicus, the Hermetico. Information about that ship and its perishing has been purged from the archives. I accept the possibility that the incident on the ship, the concealed data, and the assassination have all been part of a single conspiracy. Of course, faith is dangerous. Faith is the prerogative of the spirit, and a spiritless mind is an enemy of all existence. Without faith, there is no meaning in anything. no point to any aspirations or limitations, but faith can take different forms. The form of prohibitions established by unknown elders. The form of an audacious violation of those prohibitions. The form of following dogma or of schism. The form of following the cycle or of discontinuing the cycle. In a system with two courses of action, schism is inevitable. And only one of these paths will be true, as truth is discreetly separate from untruth.
Did Amaranth believe?
Ammonites did not reject any one specific prohibition, but found their cumulative effect to be oppressive. The system of rigid limitations had confined seekers of knowledge to a circular track, spelling doom for the thinking mind. And that cycle of repetition had to be broken. That was why he was dubbed the Messiah of Discontinuing.
It consists of ideals which sometimes come into conflict with the dogma, and I have been given the gift of will to set the dogma straight.
The Omnissiah has bestowed upon us the supreme mission, the quest for knowledge. The fact of its existence confirms that reason is yet to comprehend and quantify the universe in its entirety. This precludes the existence of any prohibition that could be considered universally relevant. All limitations need their exceptions, yet exceptions belie the inviolability of prohibitions.
Okay. Perhaps you'll be able to
I
find
will
out.
continue my research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence.
But have you studied Demon's augments? We were just talking about that.
This statement is true. Algorithmic violations have been recorded, as a result of which I twice performed an offering to the cogitators of corrective data vows and ruled out the possibility of sabotage. I hypothesize that the violation is a consequence of the discontent of the ship's machine spirits. I recommend a procedure of placation of the honored spirits for the glory of the Omnissiah and the steel angels sent by him.
Steel Angels? That sounds...
I have destroyed it.
You're lying.
This statement is true. I am yet to settle into a definitive course of action. I am running a spot diagnostic on the memory of the heretic Demens. Even though purity protocols stipulate that his blasphemous knowledge must be eradicated, I am not drawn toward forbidden information, but only to data concerning the blessed Ammonites. The success has been partial. Demence Haneman's identity has been confirmed. The widespread influence of paranoid motivations is observable in his cognitive processes, which is what seems to have caused him to break his vows. However, extensive regions of his memory have been damaged by forbidden technologies and are, for now, defying decryption. My study of the minds of the tech comrades, Abel, Tarsus, and Demence, has revealed an anomalous similarity between the patterns of damage their memories sustained. What I attributed to cognitive idiosyncrasies, synaptic damage, and the distortive action of scrap code may be the result of a different kind of influence. The undecryptable data fragments in their memory arrays are mysteriously symmetrical. An echo of the warp. Energies of the immaterium that had seeped into real space and taken the shape of a Vox signal. I have found recorded cases of similarly induced corruption in the archive. Listening to the void is a perilous occupation. The data discovered is unreadable. It is encrypted, albeit only partially, and I hypothesize that the heretic Demence was attempting to decrypt it. I will take every effort to extract a larger volume of data. Information pointing to the unit referred to as the maimed hunter is alleged to be of critical significance. That is a valid hypothesis, but not a very likely one. Its truth value is irrelevant, as it does not contradict the necessity of establishing the fate of Archmagus Amanat. Response? Affirmative. The decryption will continue with diligence and caution. May your labors be...
Okay, so I'm curious if this has anything further to say. Okay. OS, huh? Or Nomus. Well, go ahead and talk with the governor. There she is. Your ladyship. Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor of a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply, a parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber and gilded, gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with the Western coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum. Governor is waiting you on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him on the periphery of the palace. Sharp gaze and impeccable straight back composure. For a moment, you feel like you're looking at a younger version of Abelard himself, not his heir. Judging by the scars on the exposed parts of her body, Clementia saw her fair share of combat prior to assuming position of chancellor. Let's see. What are your responsibilities? To put it simply, I am your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communications, and meetings are first reviewed by me and then forwarded to you from down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your ladyship's property, the palace, the estates, and many gardens and other domiciles. Let's see, on Dargonis, that you are inherited from Lady Theodora, and whenever you're present on Dargonis, consider me your personal secretary. Okay? Can you tell me about Dargonis? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Ministratum, which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population are assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Dargonis is also the seat of several notable families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express a not so humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those Piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonis has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to the warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships, which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? Unfortunately, not at this time, Your Ladyship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dargonis went into a frenzy, some of the psychers were tragically pacified by the respective authorities. Since then, communications with the neighboring system has been unreliable at best, thanks to the matter of kind that you managed to find your way to the capital. If the noble houses are so volatile, what sense is in our keeping them? Over the many centuries, our intricate hierarchy has formed within the ruling elite of Argonis. Great houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished to a large degree thanks to their administrative work and their hands. Naturally, you can get rid of any who you deem a surplus to requirements, but right now, it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding the Protectorate together. Are there any other issues I should be aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Argonis was recently raided by an enemy EVA. However, the fleet under the command of Captain Marthius Wursaran triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on the matter, we have the situation completely under control. You catch her avoiding your gaze for a moment. For the first time, it's obvious that Clemente is looking out for her house's good name. Despite the confidence in her tone, you can tell that she's not entirely believes her own words. Tell me about Governor Dristom. Urban Driston is a well-respected man, not just on Dargonis, but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and the logistics between von Valencia's systems. The Dristom's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonis. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. Interesting. No, I do not believe I feel either, Your Ladyship. We have different views on how to run a world, but we sometimes have discussions over the laws that are enacted, but we both work for the good of the Von Valencia Structure. That much can be said without a doubt. Thank you for your report. Serve the Von Valencia's Protectorate. Does he cause you any problems? Why none at all, Your Ladyship's Secretary Scalander is an outstanding individual with a loyal servant of the Von Valencia's dynasty. In Lady Theodore's absence, he collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain, and he has proven himself quite capable. I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing. Let's see. The governor can wait a little longer. Nope, won't go ahead. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. Ravana von Valancius, 20th in her line, rogue traitor, keeper of the sacred warrant, and the ruler of the Coronus expands from the Cronage system to the 100 Dreams Crossroads. I bid you welcome. Urban Drivistim, governor of this great world, first and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It would be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valancius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. Citizens of Dargonis and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. The governor glances at Kibble anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze when he looks at her again. But when Kibble lets out a grim chuckle and stretches her lips, dabbed in fresh blood into a petrifying grin, the guard runs away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear. Theodore deserved more than that. You will declare a full year of mourning. There's no need. I am the new ruler. Let our subjects rejoice at my arrival. It's all the same to me. Do as you see fit. Go ahead for a full year. I will immediately give all necessary instructions to your ladyship. Casually press a few buttons of catch chair built into his gold bracer. Esteemed Lady Theodora was a strong leader. We ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy. Together, let us carry on where she no longer can be leading the Von Valencia Protector to even greater prosperity. Okay, so Drivis looks at you, gives you a look of admiration. It seems he is quite aware of your fame, and this opportunity to curry favor with such an eminent figure is one he does not wish to miss. Oh, okay, so one of our character creation choices. I've forgotten what it was at this point in time. I think it's we rescued a pilgrimage ship or something. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonis flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of the ships in Dargonis Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the Von Valencius dynasty and the billions of his subjects is presently at risk. We met a ship from Dargonis not too long ago. The crew was transporting a strange artifact and went mad during the flight. This is truly regrettable bit of news. What's more, is leaving Dargonis has been forbidden for several cycles now. It seems that the Worson family once again failed in their primary responsibilities. Okay. We will investigate this at once, as well as the fact that the ship had to acquire a permit from the Administratum Seal. Does your nephew still serve at the Administratum Palace? Pressed a number of buttons on the catch chair built in and looked up at you in surprise. I don't understand. The ship did indeed depart from orbit, but it did so, if you can believe it, on the rogue trader's authorization. That is why no one dared to impede its departure. Lord Captain, it would seem that Kunrad somehow got his hands on the copy of your authorization, or perhaps even the original. A tool like that in the hands of a traitor does not bode well. Let's see. Kunrad von Voitker. Voitfer? Just call him Kunrad. Master of the Whispers is a heretic and traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonis? Lord Voitfer visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say now. I see where all the whispers in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your ladyship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gave grounds for all manners of rumors and misinterpretation, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue traitor. However, Kunrad was once a boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. We'll go with the iconoclast here. Why, Ravana, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget a ruler must never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. What exactly do the Dargonis nobility expect from me in light of the losses of routes and communications with other worlds? I would like to complete my inauguration as rogue trader as soon as possible. We'll start with this one. We are all troubled by the fate of the agri world Janus that supplied Dargonis and other systems with foodstuff. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rebel to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaprak is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world of Kiava Gamma, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penal world of Vibos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Interesting. Such intriguing sex. Does your house happen to own the extraction sites there? Beady eyes widen in fear. Your ladyship, I beg you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decision in any way. You see, without Vibos 6, the manufacturers in your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments. And in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other countless tragic mishaps. My only concern is further prosperity. I've already been to Kiev again, and the industrial world was undertaken by a cult of chaos worshippers. Such woeful betidings your ladyship. I assume the House Gaprak is in for an official investigation. If I may remind you, they have particularly close ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus and serve as patrons of Kiev Gamma, not to speak in defense of criminals, your ladyship, but from where I stand, the outbreak of heresy on Kiev could hardly have been perpetrated by a noble family who stands to lose the majority of their wealth. See to it the punitive measures are taken against House. I doubt the Gapraks had anything to do with it. Sincerely draw conclusions. We will wait for the results of the investigation. I'm not going to jump into it. And, I mean, we pretty much know what happened, so I don't expect it, but it's never a bad thing to kind of poke at them and be like, hey, you doing anything bad over there? But what of the industrial world? Are we to expect trade to recommence? Production facilities will serve humanity once more, rest assured. Us Gaprak, what a name. We'll be overjoyed to hear it. I thank you for dispelling the darkness around the fate of Kieva Gamma. I've already visited the agro world Janus. Governor Viet found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. Truly, the Viet line is one of the oldest in the Von Valencia's protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. Succumbed to the worship of the ruinous powers and was executed. Vistenza. Should I tell him outright what was going on? Might send a bit of a shockwave through the rest of the nobility that, hey, worship of the ruinous powers won't be tolerated. Or any kind of deviations. It's clear he's unseemly grimaces, the aristocratic countenance of the sphere is not the ruinous powers truly horrible. I commend your resolve and unwavering severity. Death to the enemies. Yeah, give him a bit of a reason to fear me kind of thing. That does it for the planets. What else? Your ladyship, I don't really know where to begin. He rubs the bridge's nose. Otherworldly beasts are not uncommon sights in the Cronus expanse, and they have been a menace to the worlds that this side of the Maw for decades. But now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no sign of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport, or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonus. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Skylander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Vibos 6 again has been a particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. I thought I'd been there already. Now, to issue on a smaller scale, there is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession of the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprising are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that are demonstrating unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done with them? Command the spinners of the blood lid, and they will find a set a fine snare of retribution. We will whisper names, and the whisper will drown out the insolent voices. Eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, but do not threaten entire families. Hopefully these steps will be enough to keep the rest from causing more trouble. I do not care what those hyenas are yapping about behind my back. Leave them be. Nah, if you don't cut it and nip it in the bud to start with, the voices get louder. The voices, the voices. He did say that we shouldn't bow to them, so, this one. Once your ladyship's wrath descends upon the guilty, I have no doubt there won't be a soul on Dargonis willing to share their fate. And one last thing, your ladyship, your inauguration as a bearer of the sacred ward is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. Imagine you are intending to uphold centuries-old tradition, bolstering an equally long-lasting friendship with being represented on Dargonis by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be according to House Driftsim. One moment, which houses can represent me at the ceremony? There is no need for any to alter tradition. House Gapcrack. Presumption is wrong. It was built in the honor of the Worsenians. Worsurians. Let's see here. There's no need to alter tradition. The dynasty will be represented by House Driftsim. Do I want to go ahead and change that tradition at this stage? One moment, which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonis, the Driftsum family, which I lead, the Gaprak family with the long ties of the Adeptus Mechanics, and the Sorbacks, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention that the Worsurians, who have some influence but who are not actually a noble origin, any one of those houses would be honored to represent you. Let's see here. On the one hand, I can see picking up something like the Rogue Trader if I want to get more closer ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, or possibly elevate the Worsurians. The Worsurians seem rather happy with their positioning. And I'd hate to upset that balance. As for the Gaprax, or the Slurrbacks, piety and diligence, not necessarily a terrible thing, but I'm also fine with the Drift Sim, really. I mean, yeah, he looks out for his own things, but they all do. So, let's not upset the balance. I never doubted your leaderships. I can tell the future holds a fruitful partnership for us, prosperity for all Dargonis. I shall immediately relay your orders, and most gracious, may the gold of the throne illuminate your path. Would like to complete my inauguration as soon as possible. When is the ceremony? Tell me about yourself. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonis. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for the world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governor's bodies within the systems subservient to you, and we are responsible for the protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the Rogue Trader, and to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling Lady Theodora's close friend. Urban's last word, Albert let out a sound that could be interpreted as a snort or a cough, gave him a look which Abelard met with an expression of nonchalance. Okay, so I'm afraid that until you deal with the pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable. The central worlds of Von Valancius Protectorate are going through a crisis, and the warp disturbances, if void observers are to be believed, will prevent important guests from reaching the capital. That will be all, I take it. Thank you for your time, your ladyships. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor Grace be with you. Okay. Store operation to the administrative apparatus of Dargonis. Now what? Oh, we are in actually chapter 2. I didn't realize that. Reclaim what was lost, so we did that. Where the shadows are deepest. That's that. Abolition of blood. Quest failed, which I still don't understand this because I'm fairly certain we figured out that the culprits of this was the blood-spun webs. Oh, okay, and they want us to find a source of the cultist. Okay, and then according to Achilles, the Xenos raids struck the penal world. Okay, so he still wants. Okay, so we want to go there then, I guess. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our ship, and we're gonna do some more traveling. Where is? I believe it's over here and over here. No, stop clicking on the dang doors. Apparently, if you click anywhere in this opening, it's clicking on the doors. All right, so go ahead and return to our ship. Okay, terrible news from Dargonis, Lord Captain. The Subsiria High City, Scipion 84249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production was halted, millions of people are broken, their vows of obedience are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading transport lines, leading to neighboring hives. Surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is the directive regarding the distribution of these refugees? What's the cause of it? It is unclear. The noble houses are casting blame on each other. Agents of the esteemed Scalender, stationed at that place, died heroically while trying to save the population from the disaster. Their final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sector of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with the consequences of the crisis to investigate the cause. What say my advisors? Path of Achilles' agents troubles me. The death. It may not be a coincidence. Until the cause of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend sending up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wasteland between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face this often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of the tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives to a lesson of resilience and humility. I'm sure the ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wasteland and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. Efficiency, complacency. What's this give us? Rogue Trader gains deflection and +3 hit chance. Suddenly they'll have to open the gates that will not be abandoned single person in the wasteland. Heinrich set up the prohibited cordons. Bane is this. Again, and my allies all gain +2 for each enemy killed in battle. Wastelander's Prayer. Enemies decreases enemy critical hit and damage by 15%. This one's actually not terrible because it still isolates them, keeping them out of the other hive cities. Yeah. He who dares to remain deaf to the pleas of the destitute be branded a traitor to the faith. Large labor settlements were set up around the ruins of the refugees from the wasteland, and neighboring hives have been rounded up there. In the harsh wasteland, scorching the industrial poison, with only a bare modicum of food and clean water, the settlement residents have begun arduous and dangerous task of rebuilding their fallen home. Many of the ecclesiarchy's priests have sought to share in this burden with the poor souls coming to their villages, preaching to them about the righteousness of hard work. Some priests have even chosen to stay in the camps permanently, where the desert cults of Achaean martyrs have begun to gather around them, glorifying the Lord Captain for granting them the right to suffer for the glory of the God Emperor. Okay, so we also have the Administratum that we should go take a poke at. Before this, New Hive City will be established at the on top of the ruins. Will lower our profit factor. But does increase our people and increases our security efficiency and complacency for everywhere. This one just increases the complacency and the profit factor here. And then this one lowers security. Emporium. Surviving spine will be rebuilt into a space elevator. Will be capped with the Emporium, excepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. Does increase my profit factor, decreases my security. Chemicals, weapons, efficiencies. I'm actually kind of partial to this one, to be honest, especially since it gives the bonuses to all my planets at a cost of just one particular profit factor. But before we do that, let's go to the ship and check on anything I can pick up for 64 profit factor before I dump it down to 63. Let's talk to the high factotum. That's 69, okay. Riza. I don't think there was anything particularly I cared about from getting from her anyway. Except for maybe the Awakened Nightmare. Ally under the effects of Bring It Down ability successfully hits. I do want to increase their reputation to eventually get some of the weapons out of there. We still don't have access to that. What's our what kind of materials do you want, and would this even give us enough to actually level up? It would. It's 2, 3. There's the Torment bracelets. But those are heretic gear. And get us one step closer to this thing. So yeah, let's go ahead and, well, before we do that, Opticon. Yeah, I don't think there was pretty much anything left with the Explorers that I particularly cared about. And I've already picked up everything with him, so no point in trading anything to him anymore. So yeah, I guess we can go ahead and start working on the Casa Bellicas. So let's go ahead and do that, and select all, trade, gave us 3. There's nothing to gain here, and I can't even buy anything past this point anyway, so that will have to wait. I suppose I can also work on them too. Say, go ahead and select all. Okay, that gave us 2 levels, so go ahead and grab all this stuff. I don't know if, let's see. Okay. Okay. So we can go ahead and Gargonis. Alright, then, yeah, we'll go ahead and start with this. And what do we got? Genetic Mercy. World needs, working hands, which doesn't seem to do much. Oh, alright. I don't see any downside to doing this. So there's complacency. That increases efficiency and gives us some provisions. This increases efficiency. This requires Casabalican. Gives us the Zealot, which is a medium-range broadside macro cannon. Oh, it's no better than what we got anyway. And it does block another project, another Casabalican thing. The Ashen Breath, which is a Eldarian Melta gun. Okay. Shield of the Emperor. Which blocks the filth of the Expanse. Escort ship. Oh, interesting. This gives us a recruiter's. Oh, that would be nice. I think we'd probably go for this one anyway, since we kind of want this. And on the other hand, this just, well, it's the Fellowship of the Void, though. It's not. Yeah, no, we'd probably go for this one. Okay. Anyway, let's go fly a kite up to the highest height. Let's go fly a kite and send it soaring. Alright, oh, okay, so this is where the Vebus one is. Oh, we've been up there before, haven't we? Oh, interesting, you can literally jump from there all the way over there, huh? Well, let's go ahead and just make this one a bit safer to jump. We have explored all these places, haven't we? Yeah, there's pretty much nowhere left to go, to be honest. Alright, so warp travel. And I technically should have been to this one already. MSI has escaped the situation in Decus and Grissom. Authorized to punish the Foundry workers as she sees fit. Request the information about the Foundry Bay. Learn more about Nemesis. That this is the fourth Nemesis to operate in the lower decks. The previous three were captured by enforcers. Each openly identified themselves as Nemesis. Public executions evidently have no effect. People will continue to rally around their hero as soon as one emerges. Seneschal points out to all the Nemesites act in the same fashion whenever the rally feels impressed. They step forward, serving as a spark that ignites fires of sedition. They target the officers most hated by the workers for their strictness and adherence to order, and every murder brings cheers from the commoner. Boxmaster shares rumors of Nemesis that abound on the lower decks. Some say he arises from the blood of oppressive laborers, some that he is the vessel of spirit, spirit of justice. Others still believe he is an immortal hero. Such veneration makes it very difficult to capture the riffraff. Nemesis' reason for the attack had to do with the widow of a respected foreman. She had delayed the queue by begging to be given medicine for her afflicted children. When the commandant refused because her request exceeded the expenditure quota, the widow persisted and was given 10 lashings on the spot. That was when the Nemesis fired the fatal shot that set off a mutiny in the compartment. It's a place of unbearable heat and poisoned air where the scrap metal is melted into plates that are later used to repair and refit the hull. There's no critical components here, and the bay is fairly easy to isolate. This opens up opportunities for quelling unrest with no casualties among the enforcers. Ruthlessly crush the unrest by shutting down life support system. Authorized master arms. So division among the rebels. Many people betray their relatives and neighbors in hopes of a better life, but there's no true amicite. The enforcers suppress the divided mod and restore order with ease. The steady life aboard the ship is disrupted when Earth Watch, lower decks, gravity reversed. Yeah, I hadn't seen that before. Lord Captain, we have Crawford. Oh, hey, we got some pirates. Drakari void ships. Cross-referenced key characteristics of the system with our nautical chart data. Planet Vipos 6 is located here. The problem is the augurs detect an unusual change in the atmosphere, not unlike the massive release of toxins. It appears that something unfortunate has happened on the planet's underground storage facilities. It's impossible to land safely on the planet just now. Unknown ships are cruising in the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher the imagery. Xenos. The armory and artillery crews are standing by. Before we do that, Ergonis. Okay, that was finished. Excellent. Can we do this one? So, because I'd like to do this one, just because it'll give us an escort ship to finally use. Also gives security on all our planets, which would be nice. Oh god, excuse me. Oh, there go my brains. Ow. Also, is there anything really left to do? Yeah. Got something from you guys? Janice? There was something we were doing on Janice? I don't know. Alright, let's go ahead and save our game. Book of this world's, yeah, there's nothing to do here, so let's just go straight, kick some Drakari Bote.
Hold fast. Our faith will be tested.
Alright, oh, lovely. What's this do? Okay, so the first thing we're going to want to do is position you here. So we'll give a broadside or rear side, but we are kind of protected by this, which I do believe damages enemies when they enter it. So we will go ahead and can't really turn to get our other guns on line of sight, although we could jump forward. We also might want to just do this first, actually, to this one.
Helmsman, take us in. Lance batteries, falling.
I missed a little bit, but did some nice damage there. And did some nice damage there, as well as starting some fires. Excellent. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and hit you with the lasers we can. That all missed. As for this, do we want to launch torpedoes or do we want to launch bombers? I think we want to launch bombers. We'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and launch them this way, and if this guy ends up going past this one, they can turn go fight this guy.
Let the void sort them out.
And then if we were to jump here, would we actually be able to hit you with our cannons? I think we would. Yep, we can. Excellent.
Let them taste our fury.
This will also encourage this ship to turn this way instead of going this way. Somebody doesn't decide to ram me. Alright. And then, oh, they just get to straight up go. So, sounds good to me. Come in here and fire your things and hopefully do some damage.
Where we tread, the
there you go.
unfaithful fall.
That was easy. Oh, he did decide to fly through that and damage themselves. Interesting. Just to get behind me. Don't I have any particular weakness on my rear shield? Okay. So we're gonna want to turn, I think, this way. And he also lost his their shield. So yeah, we're definitely gonna do this. And then we will turn. We turn here. We can definitely hit them with that. Turn here. We would have to use our arc augers to hit them. Go ahead and do this, and then hit them with the plasma shot.
Coordinates set. Burn in the fires of retribution.
Duty and vigilance always prevail.
You guys got the butt kick. Okay, and let's go down and find out what's happening on Vipos. Vipos.
Incredible. Your heart, esteemed Magos, shines with a kaleidoscope of colors, albeit one made of metal.
Only laypersons believe feelings to be the preserve of flawed flesh. We know the higher passions granted by the Omnissiah, the aversion to tech corruption, the blessing of compliance with a canon of maintenance, and the satisfaction of effective devotional service.
Man clawed his throat right before he died. His broken slash gutted body is still covered with shreds of planetary warden uniform. Caustic ooze gives off a sickening vapor that eats away at the lining of your nose, mouth, and makes your eyes water. Okay. What do we got here? Signs of Hecate, a witch cult from the depths of Camorg. Tread carefully, rogue trader. Their footsteps make no sound and the blades strike faster than lightning. Okay, the bodies have been twisted into a pose resembling a servile bow and bound with barbed wire. Ah, okay, so we're fighting some Dark Eldar here. You can clearly see several thin cuts left by bladed weapons on the body. Another one posed. They do like the pose there. Symbols of torment. What? Maybe I should just leave this up. Symbols of torment. This is how the Dark Ones mark their arenas that serve to nourish their withered souls. Oh, and time for combat, I think. Dark Eldar. Several of them. By the way, we destroyed your ships up above. You guys are stuck here on this planet. The tall lathe Xenos moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. Creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator. McCandus, Aleth, what is this? Has one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon? Xenos takes a quick look over her shoulder towards the platform, where a few more silhouettes in tar black armor can be seen. The Drukhari, narrows his eyes and gives the Xenos an appraising look. The Drukhari of this breed are known as witches. They are experts at bloodletting in the arenas and on the battlefield. However, I am more interested in the ones skulking in the shadow. Judging by their armor, they're high-ranking representatives of the Cabal, a military clique from the Drukhari Demis. It seems that we have disrupted a vile performance for their distinguished guests. By whose leave are you playing Lord on my world? Neo Xenosauria shall have you flogged. It seems it is I who is in for a treat. I cannot begin to fathom where my subjects found such an exotic beast, and a talking one at that. Oh, that would be a lovely little insult. The monk understands my speech. Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most, without weapons and soon without your skin. Humans scatter around you on the platform stare if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, and yet more look upon you with hope. How about we skip the small talk? I'm not in the habit of parlaying with Drukhari. From the dust behind Pizarra comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is far too great for the elucidator to interpret words. The tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience. Looks like the spectators grew bored when the performance hit a snag. Tell the other monkey that whoever slits your throat will depart for their new home ahead of schedule. And tell them to hold nothing back. Tonight they dance for Ymiris herself, the great Archon of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest. This might get me some of them to join me. We're going to die anyway, might as well do it without the heretics brand. Slay the beasts. Yep. Barry emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence!
Alright, so we got some, let's see, first off, you guys are friendly, so we can place... Why does it count as an ambush for us? That's kind of bullcrap. But either way, all these people are going to get to act ahead of us. Well, we can still move her around. So if we move you up here, you can still see 3 of these witches. Gunslingers, some more witches. Oh, a named one. Hecatrix. Okay, so then the first, I'm not even sure where I want to place a front line at. These ones, the ones that are back here are going to be ones shooting. The ones with the blades are going to have to run around by the look of it. So if I'm going to be placing a front line, I'm going to at least place it on 2 of them in the back. So they're easier to hit while they're in cover. Let's go ahead and slap some analysis on this one. Let's give dodge and dodge cover bonuses to ourselves, and then we'll go ahead and Sister Argenta. Where am I going to want to have you set up? A lot of this is going to just depend on where the Xenos move. It's kind of the problem. Alright, so then let's go ahead and trigger this. And you missed.
I am
This
not your
on that one, since
Xenos
it's
pet,
an
monkey.
unmissable attack. Alright, so yeah, you guys have to run around, so
We are the bane of lesser creatures.
if nothing else, at least the rabble are giving us effective cover fire.
You will pay an
That's
even
kind of
greater
annoying.
price.
Just kind of stunner. No, same tube. Alright, you can go ahead and move to here. We can go ahead and give voice of command to myself.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Give myself a inspire. Not really much in the way of inspirational quotes here. Actually might want to hold off on the inspire to start with, to be honest.
Me? If you
do it
insist,
anyway.
Lord Captain.
It's an extra 10%. And then as for her actions, we'll go ahead and... Oh, she actually has a 95% chance on this one.
Isn't this a
Go
job
ahead
for
and
the
try hitting
serfs?
that. Very nice. Good job. And then we'll hold off for now since you really don't have much in the way of tactical advantage to use. So we can scroll down on this. Okay, I think we're good there. Although we can move her to here. Which puts her in cover up here. Although this one might come and attack, although... yeah, no, we'll keep her here. Okay, this one's moving up to attack her.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
Oh, very nice. Good job. Alright, so... Which... I think these ones can be taken care of by Pascal and Heinrichs just fine, so I'm gonna go ahead and move over to fight this one. And we can even put ourselves in some cover here. Before we move, though, let's go ahead and apply our
It's
buffs.
as good as done.
And that. And then go ahead and move on up and blade dance. Actually, before we blade dance, we're going to move on up and do this.
The best defense
Which,
is a good
yep, applied some very good dots.
Make it
So then let's
happen.
go ahead and trigger where it hurts. Considering how little health they have left, we could very easily kill them with just this one strike.
I'll see to it personally. Your end was inevitable.
That's what I thought. Alright, then we can move to this one. The gunners in the back can just be taking care of our gunners. I'll probably have Argenta do that next. Alright, so Heinrichs. let's go ahead and have you. I'm not sure which one I want to have you go after. I think I'll have him go after this one, and then Pascal can go after this one. So move here, and go ahead and charge. Actually, we'll have you move here, and then charge.
I won't
So that'll make
object
him
to it.
do more damage. Then slash. Very nice. We can also do this. There
Naturally.
we go. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and do taunting scream. That'll make sure this one attacks him instead of her. Give him defensive stance.
I won't object to it.
And then go ahead and do Shield of the Emperor while we're at it. And do Endure.
More
And then just go
trouble
ahead
than
and
it's worth.
smack it.
Not withstand my vengeance!
Oh, did we not apply? Oh, we forgot to apply this.
For the throne's glory.
Alright. Finish your job. You can see you're gonna come down here and fight this one. Oh, you missed.
Time
But...
to slaughter someone. My revenge will
Oh,
be
actually hit it.
delectable.
Okay, Sister Argenta, we're going to have you move up to right here and focus fire on this one. What would you do? 62% chance. I'm probably gonna switch her over to the heavy guns. Go ahead and
I'll
do
do it.
confident approach. And we'll do devastating attack. And we will do some rapid fire. And then we will unleash hell.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Can't dodge 16 bolter shots. Okay, Pasqua, let's go ahead and have you come and deal with the assassination target. Going to cast this over here. Give
Running binary
recoil.
override.
Go ahead and apply some more stacks to them.
Comprehend.
We've already got an opening here, so let's go ahead and just backhand. Very nice. You are going to die now.
Successfully terminated.
Excellent job. And we can even do this, which
Request approved.
missed, but does that still end up? No, didn't apply anything. All right, so anything else? No, don't think so. Joint analysis. This one's gonna die.
Out my way.
I'll show you the real pain.
I won't go down.
Another.
And hey, good job. I'm boarded this farce to Zara, who rules this arena. You are the monkey. Archon Yeramenamentis. Drakan Marazi, you know the danger of repeating this. Your words is my command. Archon Yamravarefsares. And they leave. Oh, and I guess this one died? No? 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 I guess... Yeah, not sure. Okay, so, your next action will be to pop this guy's head because you can. And then go ahead and can you see this one? I'm assuming this one's going to be dead long before then because I'm going to be coming over here to. Oh, no, she's coming to me.
My
Okay.
reckoning will be swift.
Missed. Alright, so let's go ahead and give a voice of command to somebody. I can't believe this is only the second turn. We've already wiped out like all of them.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Yeah, go ahead and do that and then just pop this one. Good job. Inspiring, huh?
If I
Go ahead and
may.
inspire you. I'm still gonna be the one to come over here and kick his butt, but although I could give you a turn, although I don't know if you can even shoot with a two-handed weapon at point-blank range. So no, probably wouldn't be of any use. And move would just end up making you. Here, we can actually do this on you. Get rid of that poison. You know what? We can do this.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? My soul hunger beckons.
Make you go away so that I could have done that before, but it's still fine. It means that not in danger of accidentally shooting my own people. All right, so say goodbye to your life because it's going bye bye. Leap.
You should have thought twice before crossing me.
And
On it.
dead. Surviving fighters turn their heads towards you one after another. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you. Iconoclast, those who fought with me, get to the shuttle as soon as we are away from here. I will give orders on immediate evacuation of the remaining survivors. Let's see. By destroying these fellow Xenos, you have atoned for your transgression against. Get to the shuttle. The rest of you. Okay, so the dogmatic and the iconoclast are pretty much the same here. So I'm just gonna go with the iconoclast. Alright, so let's first off loot some bodies. Because we got, oh, they had a bunch of blast pistols, very nice. Witch armor, not all that great. Poisoned Hectar Dagger. Hectare Daga. Did I already get one of these? You know, we're just gonna go and loot them all and just go through our stash for the all. Stub the revolvers don't care about. I guess they are. Yeah, they are all the same. Now after this, we can pretty much just do that. The armors can also go to be honest. Not all that useful. Thrall's Gladiator. Yep. See what this has to say. Body's missing part of its extremities. It was hacked to pieces with a dozen strikes. Also, let's level up. Alright, so what do we got here? All-encompassing pain. If an enemy is suffering from executioner's double damage over time, effect is suffering from all three of the effects. Right. So this is the one that requires you to make sure to have all three effects. And if you don't, then it's kind of a problem. And I have to be the one to apply it too, so that is kind of the struggle there. So anyway, death in the air. That's not terrible. While moving, all bleeding enemies have a blade trail on the ground, which remains. Wasn't there a little bit of an item or something that, like, made it so that if I force them to move, it does damage to them or something like that? Is it a this? If the wearer deals damage to an enemy, forcing that enemy to move, this enemy suffers from 1 to 3 additional warp damage for each cell they are moved during the wearer's turn. But that's heretical, so never mind. We're going to just add that to the cargo. Um, so yeah, never mind. Bloody Trail remains its uselessness. Death in the air, deep laceration. When using scourging strikes, executioner's melees increase the amount of bleeding I do. We'll think on that. First damage, the first instance of damage dealt by the executioner's damage over time in a round reduces the inflicted armor by 13 until the end of combat. This effect can be inflicted on multiple enemies per round, but only once per enemy. Most of the time, my enemies don't last long enough to even gain be damaged by the damage over time it affects. Let's see here. Hardened body. Invigorating screams. Whenever an enemy and 4 cells around the extra suffers damage from damage. Again, most of the time they don't survive a round. Maddening flames. At the start of your turn, the enemy suffering from burning inflicted by the executioner. Let's see. Perfect anatomy. Gains armor. What's this bonuses from? Oh, it's just from my maximum amount of wounds. Okay. The damage dealt by the executioner's damage over time is increased by 3 for every 10% penalty to the armor suffered by the target. Sickening pain. Whenever the executioner's damage deals damage equal to or more than 10% of the enemy's maximum wounds, the enemy gains stack fatigued. Enemies suffering from any damage over time effect inflicted by the executioner also suffer resistance test penalties. Whenever an enemy suffering from any of the executioner's dots affects dodges the executioner's attack, all damage over time effects currently. Again, they don't tend to dodge my attacks either. And then 13 bonus to Xenos, which is no good for me. Huh. Can't get Psycho Extremis yet. What level am I even at this point? 30. Okay, interesting. So still have like 10 more levels to go. Anyways, stabilizing factor might be a possibility to grab. What else do we have? We did get the melting armor one. Whenever the Psyker is burning, their fire rate increases. Every time the Psyker kills or scores a critical hit. The problem with these ones is it requires the enemy to light me on fire. Burning blood. Wasn't there one that made me immune to burning? Or was that a cloak? I think that was a cloak. Fireproof cape. Here's a question. Can I
I will lead us
cast
to fortune.
Ignite on myself? I can. Which would then allow me to cast Orchestrate Flames on myself. And with that cape, I would be immune to that fire damage that I would be taking. Let's give this a try and just see how it works. So I inflict ignite on myself.
I've faced worse than this.
But then I just don't have any kind of burning effect at all. Hmm. Yeah, no, unfortunately. I don't think it's going to work out the way I wish it would. Like being able to light myself on fire with my own ignite. And then
I always keep my options open.
so without
I'll see
that cape
to it
on, do I...
personally.
Okay, no, I don't actually take fire. I don't have a fire dot on myself. So it's possible that it's only just not applied during combat. So to test it, I would have to be in combat. Okay. Moving on, we're not going to try that. Okay, so fire within. I'm actually rather disappointed in this, to be honest. I probably should have gone for the firestorm. Yeah, I probably should have gone with firestorm. Because like even if my friends were on fire, I could use this to apply burning to all to everybody around them, instead of this one that just makes it so they don't stop burning until they're gone, essentially. No, cancel. Um, so then what else do we have here? Fire within, burning blood. Whenever the psyker uses a psychic power, all enemies adjacent to the psyker suffer 12 direct damage. The same also happens when the psyker suffers damage from burning, bleeding, or melee attacks. That's actually not a terrible one. This one's actually not terrible either. Reduce any damage coming from las, melta, or plasma guns, as well as fire damage. Blazing Inferno is actually not terrible either. The Psyker's critical hit chance increases by +1 until the end of combat every time the Psyker deals damage by any means. That includes my dots, that includes Blade Dance, where I'm hitting 4 times in a row. That's actually pretty powerful. Especially when you take into consideration that my critical hits with my one sword reduce the veil. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab that. Okay, Sister Argenta, what are you going to gain? Exploit weaknesses for targets. Adaptability. Gain a stack of versatility, increases critical chance by +5 until the end of turn. While the militant is under the effects of Reckless Rush, their attacks do not consume MP. I don't really think that's much. I mean, she only gets 1 attack per turn, so I can always just move, use for attack, and then just use Reckless Rush. Killing an enemy with a melee attack makes an arch militant ranged attack. This turn costs -1 AP, and vice versa that does on its attack. They need to make that, rephrase this, saying arch militant killing an enemy with a melee attack, because the way it sounds more like if anybody in the group kills an enemy with a melee attack, the arch militant's range attacks get reduced. Every round, the first single target ability, I don't tend to use those with her. As long as the arch militant has killed at least one enemy with a melee attack this round, yada yada yada. Devastating attacks also reduces the target's armor by 7 and toughness by 10 till the end of combat does not stack. That's actually not terrible. If she doesn't kill them outright, they have a debuff to their armor and their toughness. So that might be a possibility. If they actually allowed her to be able to attack enemies with a melee weapon and then turn around and use her gun, I might actually use that. Problem is that, as far as I can tell, she only gets to use one or the other. So, critical damage against targets that are stunned, prone, or blinded. Your range attacks and range bursts to weapons reduce the weapon skill of all enemies hit by 10 until the end of combat. Does not stack. Gains +1 versatility whenever an ally grants them Arch Militant an extra turn. This actually would not be terrible, especially since I tend to give her the extra turn with Cassia. Because she tends to benefit from it the most. Let's see, so we got Pinnacle Event, Persistence of the Forge. Forge World characters gain a +10 bonus to critical hit chance, and dodge reduction against enemies that were hit. They hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from the single target attack increases the hit chance and dodge reduction by 20%. Forge World characters use Persuasion, Coercion, and Commerce based on intelligence. Close-up scanning applies the Machine Spirit Communion effect on all attacked enemies. Exposing Communion. Pascal's attacks and effects of Exposed Weakness gain bonuses against enemies under the effects of Machine Spirit Communion as if those enemies had 2 or more stacks of Exploit. Let's see. Machine Spirit Communion applies 1 stack of Exploit. Manipulator Push. Pushing the enemy. Overcharge Protocol. Every time Pascal uses plasma or melt weapons, his damage with these weapons increases by +9% stacks. If the Pascal does not shoot for 1 round, he loses all stacks. Let's see. Gains of 19 to dodge reduction and parry reduction with melee weapons. If any enemy dodges or parries his attacks, his bonus is doubled for his next one. And then Scanner Mechadendrites. This one actually might not be terrible, just simply for his accuracy with his ranged weapon. There's also the Plasma Expert, +2 to max damage. There's also the Melt Weapon Expert, which is +4 to max damage. I don't think either of those are going out of my way for. Let's see. Eye of the Unscathed. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, the assassin gains a +20 dodge and 20 dodge reduction against the enemy until the end of assassin's turn. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack, this attack reduces the target's armor and dodge by -10%. Reading opening. If an enemy suffers a critical hit from one of the assassin's allies at the start of the assassin's turn, a new opening is created on that enemy on whichever side is closest to the assassin. That could be a possible +1. Each use of aim for the opening on the same target reduces the target's dodge and dodge reduction. Every turn, the first use of assassin ability costs 0. These are 0 AP anyway. Dance Macabre actually would benefit from that, allowing me to basically use it without spending any AP. Start of the assassin's turn, all enemies that do not have assassin in their line of sight suffer the unsuspected effect. Yada yada yada. Disarray. Whenever the assassin deals damage, target must pass an agility test. Slowed. The assassin is elusive at the start of their turn. They gain +4 MP and +10 vitality until the end of the turn. Each successful dodge grants the assassin +2 damage. He's not dodging the next, that's not for sure. If the assassin deals direct damage to an enemy, the enemy suffers +1 stack vulnerable effect. If the assassin has no more than one enemy adjacent, and the enemy that moves into a cell adjacent to the assassin must pass an agility test or fall prone. Killing spree. Whenever the assassin hits an opening, the assassin's damage is increased by +2 until the end of combat. The enemies last damaged by the assassin suffer the witness effect. Whenever the assassin has no allies in 5 cells, that's quite a wide radius. Mortally effective. Whenever the assassin hits a target with an attack that has 100 lethality or greater for the first time in a round, the assassin immediately regains the AP spent from that attack, but doesn't regain the ability to do the attack again. I'm kind of partial to this, not this one. Where'd it go? Well, this one wouldn't be terrible. Whenever the assassin deals direct damage to an enemy, that enemy suffers +1 stack of the vulnerable effect. The character suffers number of vulnerable stacks times 4. Percentage-wise. So 4%, and then 8%, and 12%. He does do a lot of direct damage now, but only 4% isn't that big, unless it, like if it was, say, whenever the assassin deals direct damage to it, the enemy suffers +1 stack for each point of direct damage, kind of thing. But this is only for every instance of direct damage, and he only gets, like, his primary attack is extra attack, and then the Dance Macabre, all of which would deal some direct damage. So that's 4 instances. And by the time that's... I mean, I can see it being useful. I can see this one being useful too. The problem with a lot of these things is, like, if I'm hitting the enemy with one person, chances are they're not going to survive till Pascal's turn. I'll go with the imminent demise one, since I do I can do a lot of direct damage. Okay, then our Vanguard. What are you gonna do? Formidable Destruction. We actually have thought of this one. All enemies around them suffer a penalty if they are dodge against all attacks except for the vanguards. Taunting defense. Counterattack stance. Defensive stance now has a 10% penalty to weapon skill for attacks of opportunity granted by this ability instead of 20. These attacks of opportunity deal an additional 5 plus 5 damage. We'll go ahead and grab that. Okay, then Yurlit. I keep calling her Yarly. That is a Warframe. Yurlit is an Eldar. Okay, then each ally in the rear area gains plus 6 critical hit chance if there's no enemies within 5 cells. That's not a bad one. All allies in the rear area are healed by medikits for 12 more. That's not so great. Every enemy killed in the front line increases all bonuses in combat areas by +1 until the end of combat. That's actually not terrible, especially since I tend to slap the front line on enemies. Okay, and then we've got something. Picked up all this stuff, so I'm not even sure what to do here. I guess we can pick up Lord Xenos for her. If we don't find anything else of particular benefit. Ooh, weapon combat's not particularly useful for her. Combat Master. Dueling Mastery. Flame weapons, heavy weapons, melt weapons, plasma weapons. No, I'm not saying anything that would be particularly useful. Let's go ahead and just give her the Lord Xenos. Okay, Cassiopeia. Master Tactician deals 12% more damage to targets with less than 50% wounds. Deals 20% more wounds for targets that with less than 50% wounds. That's not terrible. All Master works if the Master has 7 more stacks attack advantage. 7 stacks isn't that much. 7 or more stacks attack. Yeah, because most of her abilities all operate off the principle of using 10 stacks. Like this one, the target gains +2 temporary wounds and +1 additional temporary wound for every 2 stacks. Oh, okay. Well, that's not necessarily terrible then. But still, that's only like 2 plus 3, so 5 temporary wounds. And Inspire is only for every 10 stacks of tactical advantage. So having something that operates off of 7 stacks is pretty much kind of pointless. This is based on her fellowship, which, yeah, basically would not affect something like Inspire at all. The ally coordination probably would not be terrible. I keep saying that every time I see it. And then I end up finding something better. Let's see, advantage ignores cover and dodge. That actually would not be terrible. This would basically make it almost impossible for me to miss. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and grab that. Alright, that gets everybody leveled up, and And collecting his intestines. Alright, so we got some goods. That was going now, this one back here. Splinter pistols. Yeah, we did get the second blast pistol, which was nice. Right there. What is this? Hunter's Carapace. Medium set of armor. It's 45. 10% of the armor if the wearer is in half cover. Cassia, what are you wearing? I'm wearing medium armor that gives you 50%. But she's pretty much always in cover. Actually, we should look at the other suits of armor too. So there's the Hunter's Carapace, which is 45, but gives you an additional 10% if in half cover. We have this one that gives you plus 10 agility, but that's not useful for you. Why is this even in here? The Adapted Flak Vest grants the wearer plus 3 deflection and plus 15 armor at the beginning of every combat. During the first 3 rounds, the bonus deflection is reduced by 1, 5 at the end of each round. And then plus 10 armor if the wearer's intelligence is more than 55. What's her intelligence on? No. That is no good to her. Proved Flak Vest, no good. In fact, we should probably just send that one to the Gulag. This one actually would be way better. Plus 10% dodge, plus 10 armor against human enemies. Yeah. And she's only she can only wear the Eldari armor, so none of this is good for her. He's wearing heavy armor. He's wearing heavy armor. She's wearing medium armor. Do we have anything that would be a better... The plus 10 armor against melee attacks is actually pretty good for her, too. And also gives her immunity to burning. It's not terrible. The Adaptive Flak Vest, we've already gone over that. Sort by type, please. The Hunter's Carapace doesn't really get any, it doesn't really benefit her. And then these are all just light armor, which some of these could just be sent away. Yeah, no. Okay, we're good. Alright, then we have looted everything. So we found Witch Cult.
I always have a backup plan.
Witch. So now what? They fled, judging by the garb of those idiots. They're not like the ones who before must have been their leaders. Okay, so now what? But leave this place. Is that it, sir?
What a peculiar thing!
That's just some basics.
Rise to the top, or
I mean,
get left in the dust.
Honest. Okay, so Blades of the Void has been purged with Xenos, but the raid leaders evaded capture. Information about the pillaging of Davis 6 has already been sent by Astropath Guard to Dargonis. Response may take some time to arrive, and it would be unwise to spend it waiting on a poisoned kill. Okay, well, I guess we can leave. Boy, aren't those Dark Drukari going to be pissed off?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Move their ships in space. And now they're stuck on this poisoned world. Okay, you reclaim the colonies of the Von Valancius dynasty. Oh, okay, so Bebos is now a okay, punishment of the thinkers. Bebos needs new convicts, various dangerous illiterates, and idle thinkers could supplement the work. Grants the +5 damage against psychers and navigators. Punishment of outsiders. Bebos needs new convicts. The quarries be filled with prisoners taken from other worlds. I gain the cutthroat. All allies gain +10% critical damage. That's not necessarily terrible. Lowers my efficiency. This increases my Drusian, which I don't care about. Lowers my complacency. And then we have this one. Purchasing foreign criminals is a potential solution. And Punisher feature, which gives me 10% dodge against human enemies. Well, if I'm going to have a negative no matter what, does anything else change? So this gives me chemicals, plasteel. This gives me plasteel, people, and chemicals. And this gives me plasteel, people, and chemicals. So I think we'll go ahead with lower the efficiency. Get the gain the +10 critical hit damage. I don't need Drusian benefits, so yeah, we'll go with this. Get the chemicals on the last. What else we got around here? So, underground workers, gigantic machines. Nothing we can do about that. So, let's go ahead. Alright, so these are now our worlds. Do we any benefits for more? Guess not. So 610-6 there, 444 there. 0 for them, unfortunately. But high complacency, yeah, the signs of virtue and Lord Captain's decisions. I was always sacrificing efficiency for things. Oh well, but at least we won't have to worry about things happening there. Oh, and we're still leveling this up, which is at 272. I'm not sure what I'll work on next. Frag grenades, which we don't particularly care about. Security and Imperial Navy gives us the Calig of St. Keith. Whenever the wearer performs a heroic act, they recover all their wounds and gain +2 AB. And then Bloody Underhive. All allies gain +5 melee damage and +20 damage to their attacks of opportunity. That's actually not terrible at all. Just need to find some weapons. But it does lower our security. Increases our Fellowship of the Void, which, This one requires weapons as well. It's the only one that doesn't require much. It does give us more efficiency and some mechanisms. I might end up doing with that one, but we'll see. Okay, so let's go ahead and leave the star system. And now I guess we can go back to here. Flaming red hair. I thought that was just a normal thing. Hey, there's flaming red hair. Yes, hello, how can I help you? You posed a question to me not long ago, and now I am here to present you an answer. Have my and listen closer. May struggle to understand what it is to be said when the customers are believing your own language world to suit yourself. You mean like how Eldar do? If you're understanding not towards my words, but in the sense that I'm led by his hidden in the shades of his other sins. tried to split the world into pieces, to fragment it into light and dark, truth and lies, self and other. But I see the world as a single whole, and in this lies its simplicity. It's not enough simply to see the world and hear its voices. You must understand it. Think of the Lilith and the world in which our paths cross. What is it truly? What is its essence? The Lilith magnificence of not green to vast force, more from the depths of the waters. Beauty is in the word, in the way it dances on the tongue. Even you, element sensitive, try to say the words slowly, delicately, casting aside all stray thoughts. Feel perhaps then you see it. The world around you fades and your perceptions and some appearance becoming a single player focus. Your tongue delicately sounds around your throat and vocals forming as though ghosts like simple professional your tip of your nose touches the same place again. Air softly rushes from your chest. Sound like the serration of leaves as the wind weaves through a forest canopy. Your tongue catches your front teeth. A gentle vibration spreads through your body, centering a shiver along your spine. Guarded interest means in your lid's eyes, which gazes together. I think I am beginning to understand. If your words are sincere, Ellen, then you are capable of seeing more than you do now. Instead of the lifeless clamor of monstrous mechanisms, the roar of enemies, the sort of voices of the followers, I hear an attentive silence. It arises in moments of spiritual serenity, that the stillness we have witnesses to the transformation of the world. Hawkeye's lives pass so swiftly, rush through them, sacred truths of hope, thoughts of transience and loss, right. And so you drive such thoughts away and ground yourselves in the daily, but it is from the fleeting moments which our lives vanish. The soul's fortress grows, a moment's blooming and an hour's closing. The splendor of each lies in its ephemeral. So too the memories of those who have left their side walking down the place. And in you, Ellen, one can see much more than just one, just another. The true essence lies in your will, which is capable of changing the world around you. It lies in your ability to create and to understand your creation, and in your ability to destroy. It lies in what your kin minds cannot grasp, what their primitive sight cannot behold, but I can see it. Never expected to hear that. I am but speaking the truth, I don't know. However, I ask God to make the sake of your head. My words contain no insinuation or any call for you to act. Your soul shines brightly in this world. I see you, and that will never change. That is all. Thank you for telling me what you see. And what do you make of it all? How differently you see the world? I see something greater in the world around me, something deeper than the average eyes of fools. In this world of endless war and peril, I can only see that is the Emperor. Turn my attention to that which blinds my ears and my eyes, music, art, wealth, power, of course. I see something greater in the world around us. What does that mean? I find I am especially prone to the destruction. I see the suffering of those around me and it compels me to act. I see the uniqueness of every creature and pieces of me. The world is full of randomness, random occurrences, and I recognize this as something that to be honest, some of these could be construed as one of the chaos gods. I find I'm especially drawn to imperfection and destruction, very easily be bored. To see the suffering of those around me and that compels me to act. That could be a miracle. see the uniqueness of every creature, and it pleases me. Like Slanesh. The world is full of random occurrences. To recognize this and sort of myself in the course of fate. That could be Zinch. So very fascinating. Okay, and yes. If you speak of her soul's ability to overcome hardship, the experience of suffering does indeed are inviting strength in their growth, and it gives hope that we can overcome life's requirements. Nearly so something forgot suddenly watching you from under how the Lord lives. Now that we have each shared our truth about this world, I would like to know if your thoughts about me alive and those who can or if you see you. Me, you are a foreign yet beguiling world. You live now, but one day I will come to know you and on that day, my world will be much deeper. You're beautiful and alluring, I like you. Do not worry, I am not attracted to the faces of the world. Word. Try not to touch at all. Me, you're a foreign yet beguiling. It seems that there are many facets of your soul that I have not yet considered. I accept your answer and thank you for speaking. This is the first conversation before discussing the fully about this work. Enjoy this. Interesting. Alright, so back to Cornus Expanse. Sister Argenta. We haven't found anything about her recently. Go ahead and jump back to Mundus here. Colony Daggers has begun a new stage of development. We've received astropathic communicated message from the regent Aranto Orsilio. Navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassie, who disappeared from your HUD. The regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and arrange the return of the Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received messages betrays acute concerns, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. To excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Aurelia the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with the Nefas Nobles is possible, which, given the current state of the Cornus Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. Tell House Arcelia that Cassie is safe and that Roger would be honored to meet them in person. I will see to it, Lord Captain. The astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Arcelia will be waiting for you at the capital world of Dargonis. Secret members of Nav's Noblade is always an elegant matter. Be sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your chancellor on arrival. Lord Captain, urgent report from the vessel's shrine. A group of unknown assailants has invaded his temple and plundered the corruptible relics of your ancestors, slaughtering devout worshippers as they went. The High Factotum was among the casualties. Oh, wow. Had Master Montag and Mr. Sorbeck not arrived in time, fortunately, Master Gunrock survived and remains conscious of late in great pain. Implores your ladyship to come to the temple and hear his confession. And so it came to pass. I performed a reading of his tarots after the morning watch siren, but the visions sent him by the Undying One were too indistinct. I saw rivers of blood flowing towards the bones of the dead, and a blurred figure laughing and treading upon the ashes of the fallen. It's now clear the Undying One desires me to follow the figure's tracks. Thus my enters. We have to bring her along. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and jump in here. We're gonna level her up, obviously. See about giving her some access to Eldari weapons, I think. Alright, but we're going to go ahead and call it there for today, and this is where we're going to pick up on Tuesday, because today is Saturday. Yes, it is. Alright, so we will pick up on Tuesday, and yeah, that's what we'll do. Although, should we do this now? Yeah, we'll do this now. Let's see. So what we got here? First off, we did give her the assassin perk. We definitely want to continue to upgrade her agility. We did give her the dance macabre. Gave her the one that increases Death Whisper's coverage effect. We did get Death Whisper lethality. Assassin dealing 5 or more damage. Dance of Thorns. Each time Death Cult parries it, dodges attack all enemies within bloodstains. Dance of Blood. Death Cult assassin allies. Deal 2 agility or damage to enemies and both allies. Just a flesh wound. We need to pick up some of this. Might pick up this, which will give us access to those. This isn't gonna particularly give us anything else, so yeah, we might as well do that. Alright, and then Carmine Whisper was the one for Death Whisper. We did pick up the Dance Macabre. Did we pick up the benefit for it? Inquisitive, 19 attack, poised to strike. Yes, we did pick this up. Okay. What does this gain from? Is this agility? Yes, it is. Okay. So then this one actually would not be terrible since it where's the one that increased the lethality every time you hit them with direct damage? Is this it? Assassin gains lethality percentage chance to deal +5. Nope, that's not it. Professional acumen, ambush, deadly calculation. I might already have picked it up, to be honest. For every 10 damage dealt by the assassin's attack, this one is actually really good to grab, because that also increases, does the direct damage. We can't do any more agility, unfortunately, so weapon skill would be beneficial here. And then Lore Xenos. Or Lore Imperium. Athletics. I don't think we need to pick this up because we picked up the base Lore Xenos. Actually, here's a question. Let's just change you to that. Do you even have access to Lore Xenos? I'm suspecting a bug here, to be honest. So we'll pick up Jinx. And that, and that. Let's go back and then back. Well, it still is in there. Okay. In which case we don't necessarily need to pick up basic here. So instead of wasting it on that, let's see what else we can do instead. Opening the veins. Creatures with the Blood Blast or Bloodstain effect gain a stack of this effect whenever bleeding, burning, or toxin damage is inflicted on them. This would not necessarily be a bad one. Okay, and then what we got here? Dispatch deals additional damage equal to 45% of the target's missing wounds instead of 25%. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't expect to really be having her use that, so. Alright, and then we should be able to start picking up the Eldari and the Drukhari. Bringer of Doom. Seize the advantage. Orderly effective. So where's the one that gives me lethality every time I do X amount of direct damage? Not this. Not that. Might be in, let's see, so whenever the assassin attacks an enemy that's at full wounds, the assassin deals dodge reduction. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack, this attack reduces the target's armor. If an enemy suffers a critical hit from the assassin's allies, each use of aim for the opening reduces their dodge. Perfect opening, the assassin gains lethality. Chances to deal professional acumen, ambush. At the start of the assassin's turn, enemies do not have the assassin in line of sight. Disarray. So, whenever the assassin deals direct damage, most pass an agility test will be slowed. No, that's not it. Let's take a look at some of these locked ones. I think the only reason they're even locked is because of. Let's see here. Whenever the assassin deals 5 or more direct damage to an enemy with a single attack, the assassin gains plus 10 lethality. We already had it. Okay. So I don't need to worry about that then. So let's see what else we can gain here. Leave no witnesses. The imminent demise one was not necessarily terrible. Especially since she can actually deal a whole lot more with her blade dance for direct damage chances. So yeah, we'll go ahead and give that to her. We'll give her some more weapon skill. Then the lore awareness or athletics, imperial. I don't think there's anything else she particularly gains, is there? Medicaid. I'll give her some Medicaid. So Dance Macabre, Death Whispers, Fainting Attack, Poised to Strike. The enemy makes the assassin makes the enemy suffer minus 12 armor, minus 2 deflection until the end of the assassin's turn. Elusive Shadow probably would not be a terrible one. Okay, and then we want to grab the Drukhari. Weapon proficiency. We did give her the dual weapon specialist. I think we also gave her the melee weapon specialist and things like that. Oh, you know what? Swift movements I should also make sure to grab. But let's grab the Drukhari first. Actually, I want to go ahead and grab swift movements for this as well. Okay, then the next thing we need to do is outfit her. So we have Spinner's Ritual Vestments, or the Silent Death. Silent Death would probably be hers. What's her weapon skill at? Yeah, she'll definitely benefit from the plus 10 dodge then. We also have the Light Spinners, but that's Slick Body Glove. Headhunter Carapace. This one would probably be her best bet. Okay, and then as for things to wear, she's got the Spinner's Mask, which is fine. She's got the Martyr's Bone, which is also fine. And then what else do we have here? This one would not be terrible on her. This one is useless on her. We also need some gloves. What gloves is she wearing? Informed by the Death Cult Assassin. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy, the enemy explodes in a fountain of blood. That's fine. We'll definitely be upgrading those weapons because those are way outdated. Let's see what else we got. This actually would not be terrible. Oh no, never mind. That goes to that slot. This one's not going to be any use to her because it only works if she doesn't move, and she's going to be moving all the time. This one is useless. Medicaid, maybe. Chains of Domination. Willpower. Flamer Digiweapon might be useful too. This one actually might not be terrible. Though, okay, guess we'll just give her this for now. Okay, and then cloaks. So, the Zealot's Cloak. Okay, Distraction Cape. The Militant's Cloak. First melee attack cannot be. Go ahead and slip that on there for now until we find something better. Chameleon Cloak might also be useful for her. Zealot's Cloak, Cloak of Hatred. Each enemy killed by the wearer's area attacks increases the wearer's damage. Distraction Cloak, Grenadier Cloak, Fireproof Cloak, Warp Damage Protection, Reaper Cloak. This one actually might be better than the Militant, since the Militant only applies to the first melee attack in combat, whereas this one's specifically for melee area attacks. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Okay, and then we got, what do we got for boots? Boots and guts and boots and guts. These boots grant the wearer plus 15 dodge reduction bonus for attacks with melee weapons. That's actually not terrible.
No.
Oh, wrong one. I did put the right ones in there, yes. Okay. Whenever the wearer uses a navigator, that's for navigators. This one actually was not a bad idea either. But I like the ones that give me a dodge reduction bonus for melee weapon attacks. Alright, then speaking of her melee weapons, let's see what we got. So, we do have these Poison Hectari Blades. We do have the Scorpion Chain Swords. Let's start with the Scorpion Chain Sword. Although, it's only +1 damage over the other one. But it does have a dodge reduction, which is nice. Chain weapons, yada yada yada. Yep, okay, so we have that, and then what do we got for an offhander? We got the Avner's Chain Swords. We do have these Poison Blades, which does 15 to 17 damage. So its damage is basically kind of fixed in that very narrow gap. But it does have good armor penetration, as well as it does apply Toxin and has dodge reduction. So that's actually not terrible either. Power Axe, I don't think is particularly... it's kind of... Oh, we do have this one, Power Sword. 12 to 21, 25 armor penetration. It's got the Onslaught. So it's got a better area of attack. Obviously not going to give her any of the force swords. We do have the Drukari Clave, but that's a two-handed weapon. And then these are power claymores. The Bloodseeker Clave, which is a Drukari weapon. I think I actually like this one. Looks more like a chopper than it does looks like a machete. All right. So, anything else? No, I think we're good on that. Okay, so that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it for today. Let's go ahead and save again. All right, you all have a good day, good evening, good night, good weekend, and I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you all for coming. Or not tomorrow, on Tuesday. See you all on Tuesday, and thank you all for coming.